Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in the Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Foster Cummings, who is ill, and Senator Anthony Vieira, SC, who is out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangley, ORTT, advising of the following temporary appointments in accordance with Section 44 of the Constitution. Mr. Sanjiv Boodhu, during the absence of Senator Foster Cummings due to illness, and Ms. Zola Phillips during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator Anthony Vieira, SC. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath. May we all stand?
I, Sanjiv Boodhu, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by the Bhagavad Gita that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Zola Phillips, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives, the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026, in the name of the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
The Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026 will be taken later in the proceedings.
The Administration of Justice Deoxyribonucleic Acid Amendment Bill 2026, in the name of the Minister of Justice.
On business.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 621B, I beg to move that the next stage of the administration of justice, deoxyribonucleic acid Amendment Bill 2026, be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the administration of justice, deoxyribonucleic acid Amendment Bill 2026, be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The next stage of the administration of justice, deoxyribonucleic acid Amendment Bill 2026, will be taken later in the proceedings.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Leader of government business.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 77.3, I beg to move that the following bills be restored to the order paper in the second session 2026-2027 of the 13th Parliament, to wit, 1, the Maternity Protection Amendment Bill 2026, and 2, the Shipping Bill 2026.
Honorable Senators, the question is that in accordance with Standing Order 77, subsection 3, the following bills will be restored to the order paper in the second session 2026-2027 of the 13th Parliament. The Maternity Protection Amendment Bill 2026 and the Shipping Bill 2026. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, bill second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4, be now read a second time. Mr. President, it is with a great sense of humility that I enter this chamber, having first been given the opportunity at a relatively young age in 2015 to serve as an opposition senator by then Leader of Opposition, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that this place helped shape me in my public representation, now being an elected representative in the House of Representatives, and as the Minister with responsibility for rural development and local government today, I bring this amendment, which I consider to be both practical and necessary, particularly in the light in the important role that municipal corporations and local authorities play in the administration of public health functions throughout Trinidad as well as in Tobago. Mr. President, the purpose of this bill is straightforward. It seeks to remedy an administrative difficulty that has affected persons obtaining registrations and food badges under Section 156 of the Public Health Ordinance. You see, Mr. President, at present, the law provides that registrations issued under Section 156 remain valid until December 31st of the year they were issued. Mr. President, the practical effect of this provision is that individuals who obtain registrations later in the calendar year are required to pay the same price but are deprived of the benefit but of a full 12 months registration period. So, for example, a person applying in late November, their food badge still expires on the 31st of December of that year, and they are required to renew. The amendment before this House, therefore, seeks to amend the registrations. That registration shall remain valid for a period of 12 months from the date of issue of the relevant badge. Mr. President, the amendment is especially important from the perspective of local government administration. This bill is fundamentally about fairness, about practicality, and that is what this government, led by the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, is about. Mr. President, citizens who comply with the law and pay the requisite registration fees should reasonably expect to receive the full benefit of the registration period for which the payment was made. The current legislative framework creates a sort of inequitable situation whereby persons registering late in the year are effectively disadvantaged despite complying with all the legal requirements. This amendment corrects an inequality and ensures that more reasonable and citizen-centered focus is taken in public administration. Mr. President, what are food badges? Food badges all over the world is a critical public health tool for ensuring that individuals who are preparing, handling, or selling food meet minimum safety, hygiene, and health standards. The global need is driven by the rise in foodborne illnesses, which affect approximately 600 million people, nearly 1 in 10 worldwide each year. And how do food badges do this? First of all, they reduce contamination. Because it mandates that handlers understand critical safety measures, such as keeping clean, separating raw and cooked food, cooking certain foods, particularly meats, thoroughly, and maintaining safe temperatures, they reduce transmission by ensuring that food handlers are free from contagious diseases through regular, mandatory medical checkups. The risk of transmitting infections through food is significantly reduced. Doctors check food handlers for specific medical conditions to prevent the spread of communicable diseases through food. The primary conditions doctors screen for include things like typhoid fever, tuberculosis, jaundice, leptospirosis, parasitic infections, and skin infections, particularly on the hands, arms, or face, including boils, abscesses, and septic cuts or wounds. If you think about it and you go to buy food, would you buy from someone who is serving food who has any of these afflictions and you can see them? In developing countries, food badges are particularly useful in targeting high-risk scenarios where foodborne diseases have a massive economic burden and contribute to high mortality rates, particularly among children under the age of 5. So food safety guidelines and training enforce strict hygiene and handling standards aimed at preventing dangerous foodborne diseases. One of the things about our procedure in Trinidad is that it allows the trainees to manage things like temperature, cross-contamination, and to practice personal hygiene to stop the spread of what is known as the Big Five. Any person who may have been affected by some illness after eating some food that you may not have been even aware was not prepared properly may be familiar with these. One is called the novovirus. This is highly contagious, and it is the leading cause of what we call the stomach flu. Badges prevent outbreak by requiring rigorous hand washing and excluding ill food handlers from handling work. So you are sick, you should not be handling food because you have the potential there to pass on your illness. Salmonella. Salmonella is a bacterium which causes severe cramps, fever, and diarrhea. Prevention focuses on avoiding cross-contamination. So, for example, using separate cutting boards and cooking poultry and eggs at safe temperatures. If you fail to prepare food in that manner, you can, in fact, pass on that salmonella bacteria to the customer, and when they digest it, they can experience these cramps and fever and diarrhea and so on. E. coli. E. coli is often linked with raw or undercooked ground beef and unwashed produce. It is very prevalent, but Food Badges training stresses cooking to safe internal temperatures and washing vegetables, which removes the E. coli bacteria. Shinglelia, which is a bacterial infection usually spread by unwashed hands or contaminated water. Prevention, it includes, and it's in the training, use of gloves, sanitation, and hand hygiene, because the hands handle the food. Hepatitis A. This is a liver virus, Mr. President, that is spread through infected food handlers. Proper hygiene training enforces strict employee public health policies to keep infected staff out of the kitchen completely. And that is where the doctor's medical examination comes in. Mr. Speaker, we may think that a food badge is a very simple thing. This amendment, no doubt, is one clause. It is straightforward. But I want to tell you that by enforcing hygiene standards and medical screening, and by making the application for food badges easier and administratively easier, but also easier for the business person, has an economic impact. It impacts large food franchises, restaurants, hotels, caterers, cafeterias, as well as groceries, mini-marts, even your neighborhood parlor. They are required to have food badges. But it also is a requirement for itinerant vendors. Itinerant vendors are people who travel from place to place rather than operating in one permanent fixed location. They offer food on a temporary or what you call transient basis. They often utilize mobile units. If you think about pop-up stalls, or sometimes they go door to door, they use their vehicles. Think about doubles vendors, alupai, palori. Think about the snow cone man on his bike, the corn soup, the chow man, or chow lady, even people who sell on the side of the road. You think about food carts. There are so many people who do burgers and hot dogs. You think about the punch man, they use food carts. And now we have food trucks that sell everything from barbecue to doubles to all kinds of exotic foods. They too, Mr. President, must be regulated. But this gives you an appreciation of the width of the food industry and the impact on the economy. And one will appreciate the impact this one clause positively has on the economy and the food industry. Foodborne illnesses have a potential to wreak economic havoc. It could result in high medical costs and low loss of productivity from worker absenteeism to the business. But mandatory food badges require food handlers to undergo medical screenings, tested for some of the diseases I mentioned earlier, things like typhoid, tuberculosis, and parasites. Of course, they get this information when they attend our hygiene lectures, which is mandatory. And therefore, containment of these type of foodborne illnesses is an important part of managing risk, reducing societal cost. The risk is not only to the business, but you can also possibly have financial ruin through massive lawsuits or negligence claims. You can have the permanent, or you can have temporary or even permanent closure of a food business because of poor food handling. And what that also leads to is a loss in customer confidence. So food badges prove to the food inspectors, it proves to insurance companies that an establishment is actively mitigating risks, which lowers corporate liabilities. They also instill a sense of trust in the customers, because a person who is going to buy and they see a food badge know that that business is trained and certified in safe food handling. So having certified badge holding workers ensures that a business meets local and international food safety regulations. And this is very critical for food processors, hotels, caterers, and so on, trying to retain contracts. If you think about our Caribbean environment, the economic and the tourism environment, my friend, the Minister of Trade, will know how critical the Caribbean's competitive tourism and hospitality sectors are, and where one outbreak can cause immediate decline in visitors. And that has an impact on the national economy. So I just want to share this to reiterate that a food badge does not affect the worker alone who has it. There is an impact on the business, and there is an impact on the country as a whole, and certainly on the Caribbean. Because if there is one incident of some foodborne illness from any major hotel, the international community will become aware of it, and that can have a negative impact on our country. So it's important for this government to make it easier for the applicant to attain their food badge. So while historically in Trinidad and Tobago, all food badges expired at December 31st, regardless of when they were issued, what you found is that it caused a bottleneck. You could imagine in every public health department, all of the food badges expiring at once, and everybody has to renew at once. This is a simple policy shift, Mr. President, amending the public health ordinance to allow for food badges to be valid for 12 months from the date of issue, and it is really designed to ease that administrative burden, both for the government and the public servant, as well as the applicant. It spreads the renewals throughout the year, it cuts down on waiting time, and it prevents disruptions in businesses for food entrepreneurs, and it makes regulatory compliance a little more manageable. I want to share with you at this time why that clearing up that bottleneck is so important. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of our CEOs of our 14 municipalities, along with their public health inspectors, who, for the sake of this debate, shared the statistics from each municipality. And I will not be able to call all 14, but I want to share with you over the period 2023 to 2025, the types of numbers that they processed each year, to give you an appreciation of the volume in terms of the administrative burden. Arima Borough Corporation, for the 3-year period, 10,066 food badges. Shogunas Borough, 12,188. Kuva Tabakit, 9,725. Port of Spain City Corporation, 25,142. Point Fortin, 5,057. San Fernando City, 11,900. San Juan Lavantil, 24,352. Mayaro, Rio Claro, in as much as you think Mayaro is rural and so on, they had 3,643 in that 3-year period. Tunapuna Piako, one of the largest municipalities, 24,292. Mr. Speaker, the total number of Mr. President, the total number of food badges issued in the period 2023 to 2025 was 154,276. That gives you an appreciation of the volume of administrative work required, both from the public as well as from our public servants. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I also want to reiterate that part of this is routine inspection of food establishments who are holding these badges to ensure that the environment is compliant. The food badge is an official mandatory identification issued by our local authorities to people involved in preparing and handling and selling food. It certifies that the holder has passed a medical exam and is educated in safety regulations to prevent food contamination. It protects the consumer as well as the worker, as well as the business, and it protects our economy. It is a mandatory requirement for all food handlers, including fixed food establishments, caterers, as well as authorized street vendors. Mr. President, in closing, I wish to thank our regional corporations and our county medical officers of health who collaborate in the processing of these food badges. But I just want to reiterate that it is such a simple amendment. I don't expect that we will have any objection to it. It is something that is very agreeable. Mr. President, since I laid this bill in the other place, the feedback from members of the public, people who are not even involved in politics, who are saying, yes, finally, people who own small businesses as well as big restaurants. The feedback is amazing. So it will have a real impact. It is part of the government's people-centered governance. And so as I commend this bill to the House, I expect that we will have full support from members, of course, on the opposition bench as well as the independent bench. And I see more that my role here is really to perhaps provide clarification if required by members, because I don't anticipate that there will be any disagreement. If there's any need to provide further information to the House, I certainly make myself available to do so. Mr. President, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, I shall now pose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4, be now read a second time. Senator Sanjiv Boodhu. Oh, Dr. Browne, I was advised otherwise. Senator Dr. Amery Browne.
Thank you, Mr. President. It seems some cross-communication occurred, and I saw some, I don't know if it was panic or delight in the eyes of Senator Boodhu, but in any case, the information that was provided was that I would be the next speaker, and by consensus with the government bench, we may limit the number of speakers in this debate. Mr. President, I want to begin by welcoming Minister Ameen back to the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago. I was pleased that she took the opportunity to reflect a little bit on her own political journey, which is, I would say, not novel in its descriptive of a transition from service at local government level and then elevation or evolution to service at the level of central government. So it's my hope that politicians on both sides of the aisle who would have embarked on such a journey can serve as an inspiration to others, young people, men and women, who would aspire to a higher level of service. And there are examples on both sides of the aisle. I could point right to my left to Senator Faris Al-Rawi, who started off his political career as an alderman at the level of local government, and he has since served as one of the longest-serving attorney generals in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. So that's something that we should commend. And I also want to, in acknowledging the minister's evolution and political career, to recognize that the current leader of the opposition as well once served as a local government councillor and is now the first female political leader of the People's National Movement. And if you listen to the man and woman on the street, is very likely to serve as the next Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So all of that, Mr. President, to commend the minister for her decision to reflect on her political past in the hope that others might be inspired to follow a similar journey. Mr. President, there are two ways to go about a response like this. I recall the advice and wisdom of the late, great Frankie Khan, who said that when you disagree, you should do so robustly and with detail. And there are times when you agree, you simply stand and say so and allow proceedings to continue. I will adopt a little bit of a middle road, and the leader of government business will fully understand some of the reasons for that on a day like today. To begin, I would want to express that from the onset, this opposition indicated that we will support good measures when they are brought to the Senate and to the lower house of Parliament. And if you measure us by our contributions on the floor, by our contributions in committee stage, and by the way that we have voted on a number of occasions with the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and on other occasions against the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, you would recognize that this is an opposition that has kept its word to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Today affords us, in this debate, the opportunity to support a measure that we deem good and wise and appropriate and beneficial to people in this country. And therefore, in rendering that support, we don't do so with hesitation or, as they say, by putting water in our mouth. We are in support of this particular measure. Now, it would be easy to say that and simply move on. But, Mr. President, those with experience, maybe with more experience than I possess, would be aware that every time a measure is brought to this chamber, it is an opportunity to look at the bigger issue of policy, look at the wider issues of the sector, and maybe to recommend, because a government always has the choice. If you see, let's say, an administrative flaw that requires correcting, you can bring a very slim 1 or 2 clause measure to treat with that. Or you can take the opportunity. We've been berated many times when in government. Why didn't you take the opportunity to correct some of the other flaws or gaps in the legislation, in the policy, in the protocols and procedures? So there will always be that discourse, and it will always be a determination of the government whether to simply bring a measure and address something that may have been brought to the attention of the minister, or suggestion that might have been shared with her and achieved her endorsement, or whether you take the opportunity to really address some of the fundamental flaws in an ordinance or in an act of Parliament. So we'll touch on 1 or 2 of those issues, Mr. President, without really seeking to artificially extend or unnecessarily extend the debate. So I propose to treat with that. The other thing I would want to say, Mr. President, is that the minister took some moments to reflect on the need for public health intervention, particularly in the arena of the food supply system within Trinidad and Tobago. And this is something that I think would benefit from some reinforcement. There are so many things we take for granted in running a country. And one of them is, well, we are proud of the fact that we have a vibrant street food culture in Trinidad and Tobago. It's my opinion and the opinion of some of our colleagues that there's potential for strengthening and expansion and great future potential there. But the fact is we do have a thriving street food sector in this country. And many of us take for granted the fact that you can, with some confidence, stop your vehicle or get out of a taxi in front of a vendor, make a purchase, and have some assurance that you will not drop down dead at midnight that night or end up with gastroenteritis in the hospital ward. But, Mr. President, these things don't happen automatically or by happenstance. It requires systems, individuals, and procedures that have to be working in the background at all times. And very often you speak to persons and they would sometimes consider, especially the users of the system, that maybe this whole issue of a food badge is a bit of an unnecessary burden. We would beg to differ because some of those simple measures can make a difference between life and death. Mr. President, I would want to go a little bit further than the minister and recognize that it's not just public health inspectors, but the entire public health system of Trinidad and Tobago has been the subject of much acrimony and abuse, sometimes rightfully so. But at the end of the day, we have so many officials, from your humble administrator within a public health department right up to your chief medical officer, that stand between us and a very different reality in this country. And so I would want to take this opportunity to salute them all. Some of them I would have worked with very closely in the past when I was at the Trinidad Public Health Laboratory, which is the national laboratory to which the samples from these establishments, from your doubles vendor, from your bacon shack establishment, from your restaurant, from your hotel, whether it's from 5-star right down to granny selling chicken wings at the street corner. Samples are taken and they end up at the public health laboratory, and you have biochemists and lab technicians whose daily job it is to analyze these samples, provide feedback, make recommendations, all to ensure that we, the people of this country, can have confidence and can make our purchases with a strong degree of health and safety. And so when we invite persons to come to Trinidad and Tobago and to participate in our amazing diversity of food, we can also do so with confidence and reliability. So I want to salute them all, Mr. President, from the old days of Dr. Violet Duke, Dr. Randy Phillips, Dr. Colin Furlong, well known to some on the other side, Dr. Avery Hines, Dr. Roshan Parasram, and all of these others at the sort of top of the chain who have, as public health practitioners, worked very hard. Did I mention Dr. Richards as well? Dr. Miriam Richards, worked very hard to ensure that this cascade and this entire system is functional, would go beyond the call many times. Many of our principal medical officers, past and present, would go beyond the silos to ensure that the system is functional. So I just wanted to join the minister in commending all of the levers in our system of public health, because it all comes together for a greater good. Mr. President, I would want to go a little bit further, because it's not just a case of the Trinidad Public Health Laboratory, but there are times when a very unusual pathogen might be detected or the tests available to us at our within our national laboratory system is inadequate. And that particularly comes into focus when we test for things that we have or that we've experienced or that we are aware that we are at risk of. But every day there are new pathogens entering into human risk. And that's where our reference laboratories come into play. So as part of this chain as well, we have to go right up to CARFA, the Caribbean Public Health Laboratory, which serves as our reference laboratory, where some of these critical tests would end up. Again, it sounds academic, Mr. President. At the end of the day, it serves to save lives. And in an era where there's some public controversy around the role of these regional institutions, I would want to take this debate as an opportunity to flag some of those organs of CARICOM that we take for granted, including the Caribbean Public Health Laboratory, are essential for life, for health and safety of people right across the region. And I feel confident that I could say so without triggering any controversy or dissent or objection, because that is the truth, Mr. President. So I promise to touch on a few measures. So let's start. The minister did, I would say, a good job in the piloting and confined herself largely to the amendment itself. So this Public Health Amendment Bill, Mr. President, 2026, is very much a narrow administrative intervention targeted, seeking to modernize one aspect of the registration cycle for food-related establishments. It specifically focuses on Section 156(2) of the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4. It's now well established and traversed in the other place and now here that under the existing regime, which has been in place for many years, I know there's a refrain, well, why didn't you all do it? But there were other administrations even before that did not see fit to take this particular measure. And if everything was done before, we wouldn't need a next government. We wouldn't need another government. So this is just part of, I would say, an overall evolution of improvement, and we commend this particular step. Under the existing regime, registration for all these establishments, and here we have a former Attorney General who served for years and also did not see fit to bring these measures. So just to put it into perspective, Mr. President, and now he has I'm sure he's delighted to be associated with this particular progression. Anything else, AG? I didn't think so. Mr. President, now, under the existing regime, now if they want to have a different debate, we can have one. Under the existing regime, hotels, I don't think the minister wants to have a different debate. Hotels, restaurants, retail shops, your mom and pop's establishments, etc., and the associated food badges would expire on December 31st of every year, regardless of the date of issue of these badges. The proposed amendment the minister has brought shifts this to a revolving or rolling 12-month period effective from the date of issue of the food badge. And it not only is the measure likely to be effective, it also on a common sense level, it's a fit. Mr. President, the primary adjustment is found in Clause 2 of the bill as is before this, the Senate. Every registration under subsection 1 of this section shall, unless cancelled, be and continue to be in force for a period of 12 months from the date of issue of the relevant badge. Mr. President, this really roots the validity of the food badge to the date of issue rather than the calendar year or the end of the calendar year, which prevents or removes the unfairness or the unfortunate scenario where a vendor who registers late in the year doesn't get the same value for their registration and would see that expire within a month or several weeks, etc. So it certainly benefits those who would have been applying late in the year. For those who would have had the habit, and many do, I could speak from personal experience. Many who hold food badges would be in the practice of applying early in the year and therefore wouldn't necessarily benefit in that obvious way. But if we can remove some of that surge of applications, spread it out throughout the year, there are additional benefits. So, so I would just want to put that into the mix. So while in reality this is a minor administrative irritation, the minister gave some of the numbers. So sometimes a minor adjustment can accrue benefits to a larger number of persons than might at first glance be beneficiaries. And Mr. President, I am required, it's my duty, to flag just a few issues for the minister's attention and to say there may have been an opportunity, there would have been an opportunity in an amendment bill to move the level a little further in terms of modernizing this, this particular ordinance. Let's begin with the language itself. We know the history of our laws comes from a very different time when the phrasing and nomenclature was very, very different. And unfortunately, in a number of cases, I think former Attorney General Al-Rawi did an excellent job across, was it dozens, scores, hundreds of laws. 600. You will get to the thousands on the next opportunity. 600. Attorney General, please. Would have seen a lot of modernization of some of the language used in the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. And in this public health ordinance, we still have obsolete language such as barrack yards. If I could ask anyone what is a barrack yard in the 2026 2026 context. But when you look at the definition, now the Attorney General is in a very happy mood, and he's in a very happy mood. But these are serious matters, because when you look at the definition of barrack yard, you see references to buildings for persons of the poorer class. Now, Mr. President, in the modern era, I don't think anyone can stand and defend that kind of language. Not only is it imprecise, but it also is stigmatizing. And the other references like the plague and bakehouses and a range of other examples within the ordinance that I would recommend in the future, and when such opportunities would arise, can benefit from our consideration. Mr. President, there's also the issue of ambiguous authority over private spaces. And this occupies a lot of time at the local government level, where the scope of the ordinance regarding private property sometimes is the source of major contention, directs a lot of matters to the court system, etc., where there's that type of ambiguity. And I could refer to an article by none other than Sasha Wilson in the Trinidad Guardian on the 10th of September 2020, where former Senator and Minister Subhash Pandey spent a lot of time in that article arguing that the public health ordinance is in effect tilted against the poor and favors the privileged. And he gave a number of examples that were very contemporary at that time. Now, he suggested that vicarious liability for landlords and occupiers to ensure public health mandates are
Mr. President, I stand on 46.1. In terms of relevance, the bill is quite narrow, and I think the Senator is going a bit beyond the narrowness of the bill. Thank you.
Dr. Browne, I know that you would be aware that you're going into areas that are not before us. I myself wouldn't want to get in to detain you. But I want to sustain the point of order and ask you to come back to the actual essence of what is before us. Otherwise, we could invent things and we prolong the debate. So all I'm saying, I think, let us focus on what is before the House. Thank you.
Mr. President, fully noted and accepted. So what I would do is to just condense that to reinforce to the minister, and she's fully aware, having been a practitioner at the local level, there are a range of issues within the public health ordinance. I was going to give some examples, but the government, the Minister Smith isn't interested in that today, that there is the requirement for further work here. So it's not going to be a case of making this simple and focused adjustment, stretching it and expanding it to say, what is it? We all win and those types of things, and not paying attention to the other progress that is required. And maybe I'll find the opportunity to share some of these observations in a different forum, Mr. President, because I do think they are important and relevant to the wider issue of the work required on our public health ordinance. So I get the impression that we may have traversed much of this. I want to say that the opposition supports this amendment bill. I want to thank the Minister for bringing this to the Parliament at this time. I want to caution the government against overselling it. If they have their ears to the ground, they would recognize that while, yes, a number of vendors would be delighted by this measure, those same vendors and many other citizens continue to complain loudly and vociferously about many of the other inconveniences, taxes, penalties, and burdens being placed on them. If a food vendor in Tobago or anywhere in Trinidad and Tobago cannot even get water to clean their dishes and to ensure hygiene, then the timeliness of a food badge really becomes a bit more remote in terms of their immediate priorities. If a vendor goes to get his food badge and it's determined that he requires some medical intervention. Let's say he needs to get his surgery on his eyes, and he goes down to the 7-day hospital, and then he finds himself with a $1,000 ticket because he was trying to park to take advantage. So just to give the broader picture that the government should not rest on its laurels, and many of the persons that the minister quoted would be pleased by this also have a very heavy burden of complaints and concerns at this time. Yeah. And I don't think this goes in any way to assuage the view prevalent in this population that the government is not listening to the plight of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And many of their interventions thus far have actually made that plight more onerous and burdensome on the people of this country. So some of these vendors operate at bars and other small establishments. So yes, their food badges on a more timely basis, but the establishment is either closed down or in the process of closing down. So where are they going to apply their
Mr. President, I stand on 46.1.
No, but it's completely irrelevant.
That is not relevant at all. It's not. Please, keep it narrow, sir.
Yes, Senator Browne, just stand up. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think he's getting a little carried away by the last one being sustained. So, Mr. President, I'm winding up. So unless the government wants to prolong the debate, please allow me to wind up. So, Mr. President, I was commending the minister. Why would you interrupt me from doing so? Come on. So, Mr. President, just that note of caution to the government, the last thing I'd want to see is really a personal reference, because I have very fond memories of my mother serving as a nurse in the public health system of Trinidad and Tobago. And in her free time, she was also a food vendor. So she would make pone, guava cheese, red mango, a lot of red stuff, red plums and other preserves, and ply a trade as well, as many people in this country do. So our support for this very simple and focused measure takes us not just to the wider public, but in many cases to our own homes and families. On behalf of the opposition, I indicate to the government that this measure finds favor with us, and we look forward to the conclusion of this debate, proclamation, and move forward to other issues. Mr. President, with those very few words, I thank you.
Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Mr. President, this bill is 2 clauses long. 2 clauses. The first clause really is the short title. And this act may be cited as the Public Health Amendment Act 2026. The second, Mr. President, states that Section 156 of the Public Health Ordinance is amended in subsection 2 by deleting the words occurring after the word force and substituting the words for a period of 12 months from the date of issue of the relevant badge. End of story. How we end up with water and all these other things, I am a bit miffed. Mr. Speaker, for the record, clean drinking water and a 24/7 supply of potable water is a serious concern for all food vendors and, in fact, all citizens. Correct. One that this government deeply appreciates. So much so that in 2015, when the government led by Kamla Prasad Bisesa demitted office, there was a 74% 24/7 water supply to citizens. And I hear the member on the other side speaking. I wonder if he knows that in 2022, this is not Khadijah Ameen saying so, this is not the UNC saying so, this came out in a joint select committee meeting of Parliament.
Without track change.
In 2022, under the PNM, the 74% that I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, was reduced to 12% 24/7 water supply. So when we have to talk about water supply and how critical that is, that too is another one of the mismanagements of the last government that this government is here to fix. And Mr. President, we are indeed fixing. And some of these might seem small, but I don't want those on the other side or even members of the public to diminish the effect that this simple piece of legislation has on the public. I mentioned before that it is 154,000 plus applicants we had in the last 3 years. I don't know if the PNM got that many votes in the last election even. So don't diminish it as something that is not important or very little relevance. Yes, there is more work to do, and this government is working, and we will continue to work. Mr. President, I want to beg your indulgence to share, for the benefit of our citizens, because that is why we are here, the simple steps required in obtaining a food badge. First of all, you must get your application form. Applicants can pick up these application forms at your municipal corporation, your local health authority. You can also download them online. You must have a certified medical professional examine you and fill out the medical certificate portion of the form. You take that form and 2 passport-size photos along with a valid national ID card, passport or ID, and submit those documents to the Public Health Department at your local corporation. From corporation to corporation, the processing fee varies. It ranges between $80 and $100. the applicant must attend a mandatory food safety lecture arranged by the corporation. Upon completion, the applicant will receive their badge, which will now be valid till the anniversary of the date it was issued based on this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many Mr. President, I don't know how many people know that food badge applicants can be as young as 16 years old. It is not a situation at 18 and up. Itinerant vendors are particularly encouraged to get their food badges. Vendors on pavements and roadways and so on are reminded, even those who are vending in vacant car parks and vacant lots are reminded that they must have permission to vend. They must display the food badges at all times. The applications are made at the Public Health Department of the specific municipality for which you are going to operate, whether it is a city, borough, or regional corporation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, this government remains committed to improving efficiency and accessibility of public services to our citizens. While this amendment might appear modest in scope, what it represents is an important modernization of the registration framework under the Public Health Ordinance. But more than that, Mr. President, it is a reflection of the people-centered leadership of this government led by Prime Minister Kamala Prasad. I must say, in my winding up, that it is my pleasure to have the opportunity to work with a very insightful and often quick-witted, but certainly knowledgeable Attorney General who leads the government's legislative agenda. This amendment addresses a long-standing concern that affects registrants across the public health, in terms of the public health ordinance, and it introduces a more equitable and certainly more practical system for the administration of registrations for food badges by local authorities. In closing, I want to send a couple notes of warning and notes of encouragement. Mr. Speaker, like all good things, even the food badge application process has become tainted by corruption. There are public officers who, it is alleged, take bribes. They take a whole batch of applicants from people who are not even nationals of Trinidad and Tobago and get it processed and give it to them for a fee. We know that this is happening. We have had reports, and those reports are being investigated. I want to call on public servants to maintain the integrity of the application system for food badges, because there is a serious implication for members of the public. People could have their health jeopardized. They can even lose their lives if they fall ill with some of those foodborne illnesses. To business owners, I want to send a note of encouragement. I want to let you know that this government has made the process easier, and therefore, I encourage you to be compliant. Food badges now expire on the anniversary of the date they were issued. So it means that we will not have that rush during the January to March period, because there's usually a requirement for you to be registered by the end of March. So you will no longer have that rush. I want to thank the dedicated CEOs of the 14 municipalities and their respective public health departments. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I want to give my commitment as minister in this government, Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, to continue to work with practical solutions that will make life easier for our citizens. With these words, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled an act to amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4, be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4.
The Honorable Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Honorable members, there are two clauses. There are no amendments, so we'll take the two clauses together. All right, proceed.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. The question, Honorable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate. The Honorable Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Mr. President, I wish to report that the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate agree with the committee's report on the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Honorable Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4, be now read a third time and passed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it, Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4.
the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, this one. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a System of Parole and Related Matters be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for this, Mr. President, I am grateful for the opportunity to introduce to this Honorable Senate this landmark piece of legislation which represents a significant step in this government's ongoing commitment to reforming the criminal justice system. I have this honor of piloting this bill, the Parole Bill 2026. Mr. President, the first question, of course, to be asked is, what is parole? The bill defines parole as the conditional release of an offender from prison. The system of parole, as set out within the bill, facilitates the conditional, supervised early release of persons within the prison system. Why make provision for such conditional release of persons within prisons, one might ask? At the center of this bill is one critical national objective: reducing recidivism and breaking the cycle of repeat offending. The introduction of parole in Trinidad and Tobago is a major component in the thrust towards rehabilitative justice. The needs of the victim, the offender, and the community will be taken into account by a process which aims to preserve the safety of all. The overarching considerations in putting such a system in place will be: 1, the reform and rehabilitation of the parolee, and 2, public safety. Parole will provide eligible offenders with a structured, supported, and supervised framework for integration into the community following incarceration. Such a structured and supervised reintegration process is not beneficial for only the offender. It benefits the public at large by enhancing public safety and public confidence. The reality, Mr. President, is that individuals serving custodial sentences will inevitably return to society. The structured rehabilitative framework provided within this bill assures the public that persons released from incarceration are less likely to be further entrenched in criminality during their sentence and are more likely to reintegrate as law-abiding and productive members of society after having gone through some sort of rehabilitative exercise. By promoting the rehabilitation of offenders, there can be reduction in recidivism. According to the National Institute of Justice, United States Department of Justice, quote, "Recidivism is one of the most fundamental concepts in criminal justice. It refers to a person's relapse into criminal behavior, often after the person receives sanctions or undergoes intervention for a previous crime. Recidivism is often measured by criminal acts that result in rearrest, reconviction, or return to incarceration with or without a new sentence." Why do we consider this of utmost importance in Trinidad and Tobago? Data provided by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service shows us, quote, "Between 2015 and 2025, a total of 53,183 persons were arrested and charged for various offenses within Trinidad and Tobago, not including traffic offenses, of which 11,437 involved repeat offending, yielding a rearrest recidivism rate of approximately 22%. This indicates that nearly 1 in every 5 arrests during the review period involved an individual with prior arrest history. On an annualized basis, this amounts to an average of 8,863 total arrests, of which approximately 1,040 are attributable to repeat offenders. The data suggests that while first-time or infrequent offenders account for the majority of arrest activity, a consistent core of repeat offenders continues to cycle through the criminal justice system. And those are the police data. Let us look at the prison service data. In respect of the recidivism rate for convicted inmates at the prisons, the data provided by the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service state that for the year 22 to 26, 2022 to 2026, 22 to 23 had a recidivism rate of 58%. 23 to 24, 56%. 24 to 25, 53%. 25 to 26, 57%. So more than half of our young persons in Trinidad and Tobago enter the prison service when they're recycling, and they're coming out, doing more crimes, heading back in. It almost becomes like a school in the prison, if you permit me, Mr. President. What happens currently in the prison? And this is why this has become so very important, Mr. President. When we inquired of the prison service, what is going on in the prison service with regard to your rehabilitative measures? Because that's the best we can do. Modern concepts of punishment and incarceration revolves not only about punishment. It's about punishment, deterrence, rehabilitation, and a return to society. And when you're returning these persons to society, Mr. President, you want to tell the public out there, they have come. They have done their system of punishment, their time of punishment, but they are coming out, and the chances are that they are reformed and rehabilitated. We do not have that current system in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me tell the national public and my colleagues here what is the current state of play within the prison system. There are indeed certain programs within the prison service. There are programs such as educational and adult literacy programs. There are technical and vocational programs, spiritual, cultural, social, and sporting programs. But this is where it becomes a little concerning. Most of the programs, and this is the prison, most of the programs are rolled out with support primarily from various faith-based organizations, community-based organizations, non-governmental organizations. So the state by itself is not managing this process. The prison officers are there and doing excellent work, but most of the input is coming on an ad hoc basis from non-governmental organizations. The prison authorities tell me, at present, there is no budgetary allocation within our budget for research, development, and implementation of rehabilitative programs within the prison service. Upon the determination of the intervention programs and courses needed to address the criminogenic needs of inmates, it is the case that required expertise invariably is not available within the prison service. So modern developments in terms of rehabilitation abroad, where it is working, in various countries where it is working, unfortunately we don't have it. We do not have it within our prison service. Then they have a challenge of staff. There are only 57 officers assigned to the programs throughout all the facilities, and they have an average inmate population of 3,500. People are coming in. A little more importantly, Mr. President, is that these rehabilitative programs are not mandatory. So prisoners are coming in, they are determining whether or not they can attend, should attend, maybe they're lying with the boys in a different area. So there's nothing to really manage in totality the prisoners that are coming into the system. Under parole, Mr. President, we will be making rehabilitation a mandatory aspect of the prison service. Currently, the prison authorities have told me that there is a need of staff training in the specific competency of monitoring and evaluation. There's nothing to formally monitor and evaluate. Has this prisoner changed? When he entered the rehabilitative program, he was marked 10. At the end of the program, I can safely say, through the different programs that he has gone through, different assessment, that we can safely say, this man possibly has changed, or woman possibly has changed. We do not have that right now. All that the prison has right now, Mr. President, is something called a remission program. So what is a remission program? When you enter the prison service, when you enter the prison as an inmate, you are taken in a specific area, and if your term of imprisonment is less than a year, a half is taken off if you have good character in industry. So you are told that. They say you have a year here. You could get off in 6 months, but you must behave yourself and industry. You must show that you're doing stuff. Over 1 year, Mr. President, 1/3 of your term of imprisonment can be taken off. 1/3. You are told that under the same conditions, industry and good behavior. what the prison authorities have told us is that these inmates mask their criminality. To get off early, they pretend to behave good. They don't make too much couture in the prison system. And therefore, they take the third off and they come off. They are not changed. They are not rehabilitated. The system of parole is going to ensure you enter the system, you want to get off on parole, you have to go through the rehabilitative program. And this is why this bit of legislation is so revolutionary, Mr. President. Now, the bill itself, Mr. Speaker, has a long history. This didn't come about, Mr. President, this didn't come out. Thank you. This did not come out overnight. Since 2001, there was a task force report set up to look into the question of parole. In 2023, a report was created. Since 2007, Cabinet approved the implementation of the parole system, Mr. President. We are now in 2026. 2010 to 2015, a strong push was made for a further development and advancement of the parole system. Unfortunately, after 2015, it seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. Mr. President, that is why today we are here bringing this most important piece of legislation. In 2020, there was a 14th report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration on an inquiry into the challenges of prison re-entry in society and prisoner reintegration services in Trinidad and Tobago. One of the issues highlighted was that Trinidad and Tobago needed a parole system. In January 2026, the Honorable Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar SC unveiled the 2026 legislative agenda, which included parole, a clear indication that under the stewardship of this government, we will be moving the criminal justice system forward. Now, Mr. President, if we can look into the provisions of the bill itself. Of course, we have clauses 1, 2, and 3 are the definitional system provisions, where we have identified and defined many of the terms which are going to be used within the bill. Then at paragraph 5, this bill proposes to set up the central unit with regard to parole, which is called the Parole Board of Trinidad and Tobago. And you will see at clause 6, what are the functions of the board? A, you identify offenders who are likely to be successful in being reintegrated into society as law-abiding citizens, which is a very important, perhaps the most important part of the aims of this bill. B, it receives and considers applications for parole from persons. And C, make recommendation to a court. So I just want to pause there for a while. This parole board is an independent board setup, receiving applications from prisoners within the prison system. At best, what they can do, Mr. President, at best, is make recommendations to a court. The court then reviews what the recommendations are. The court can deny it. The court can say, listen, we were the essential arbiters in this case. We are the ones who gave down the sentence. It may be we think that they are not ready yet. Or they can say, I want to receive more information from someone. I want another psychiatric report. I want this. And then the court will decide whether to grant parole. So inbuilt within the system, Mr. President, are safeguards to ensure that justice is served, punishment is served, victims feel a certain amount of vindication, society will feel comfortable that these persons are coming out before the allotted time, but they have changed. So, Mr. President, 6 gives you the functions of this parole board. Then 7, the board may appoint such committees. Of course, you have working committees and so on with any serious institution. And who are going to comprise the members of this board is contained in Clause 8. You have an attorney at law of not less than 15 years standing as chairman, a psychiatrist, a criminologist, a representative from an NGO, 2 from civil society, and ex officio, you have the Commissioner of Prisons, Commissioner of Police, and the Chief Probation Officer. Clauses 11, 12, 13 speaks about how the parole board would functions. 17 deals with the meetings, etc. At clause 19 of the bill, the board may, in performing its functions, issue notices requiring the appearance before the board of such persons as the board may consider necessary. So after it receives the application, the board in its wisdom, in helping them come to a determination, a proper determination as whether this is a valid application, can invite persons who we think is necessary to come. That person at C may furnish the board with a written report or a document. E may require a written report to be submitted to the board, etc. So we have fulsome provisions dealing with the full functionality of this board, the independence of the board, staff with proper personnel to make a decision on this very serious step that we are taking in the criminal justice system. We are not taking it lightly. Then from 20, Mr. President, we have who might be eligible for parole, and that deals with 20. And as I indicated earlier, at 21, the court shall have the authority to receive and consider recommendations of the board. The board hears and determines, it submits to the court. Where the court receives a recommendation, I'm on 21.2. The court may, before ordering the grant of parole, require the board, to provide any report or documents that it considers relevant as part of its consideration. And very importantly, may require any person or witness who may have an interest in the outcome of the parole to appear before the court to be examined. Very important. Wide berth of power. You're not restricting the final court. The court can invite anyone that it thinks necessary to come before it to determine whether that person should be released before the time allotted and sentenced. 23 is the very important part, a very important part. A parole officer. So we are creating a parole board, there will be parole officers. A parole officer shall, as soon as is reasonably practicable, after reception of the offender. So the inmate enters prison, you have a parole officer. As soon as is practicably possible, this parole officer shall conduct a rehabilitative needs assessment of the offender with a view to determining appropriate rehabilitation programs that would best assist in the rehabilitation process of the offender. It's no longer voluntary. You want to partake in parole? You want to come out? You have partial parole, which you can come out after you spend quarter of your time behind prison. Quarter, partial parole. Full parole, half your time. But as soon as you come in, you're going to be assessed. You're going to say, this rehabilitation programs you have to go through. You have an anger problem. You have this problem. You need psychiatric treatment. You need therapy. So many things that modern techniques are teaching us. Basically what we are doing, we are changing the behavior. We are trying to change the behavior of people who have fallen off the wagon. It don't come easy. It cannot come easy. It cannot come by simply telling them you have to change, or you're spending 2 years behind bars, or 4 years. They will voluntarily undergo the program. So very importantly, the rehabilitative needs and assessment is done as soon as possible. And at 23.2, an offender shall not be recommended for the grant of parole unless the offender successfully participates in all rehabilitation programs prescribed under Section 1. As a starting point, you have to go through that. We don't have it now. It's purely voluntary. It's run by NGOs. There's no central monitoring system for determining, has this person changed? At best, they can give you a gloss and say, you're looking like you changed a little bit, but we don't have a proper monitoring system. So at 24, the parole officer shall, upon reception of the offender, calculate the date when he or she might be eligible for partial parole or full parole. And it tells you partial parole shall be after 1/4 of the time you spend inside. Full parole, 1/2. So this is the psychology behind this, Mr. President. If you enter and you are told you can get out of here with 1/4 of your sentence being fulfilled, the impetus on you, the motivation on you to change is very high. You will be wanting to tell yourself, well, listen, this is a chance for me, I made a mistake. If I really change, if I really go through these programs, I could get out early. Am I ready to resume my life, get back my life? So it's a win-win situation for everybody, this parole system. Now, 25 tells us about your parole eligibility. You must give notice to the superintendent of prisons and so on 6 months before. And at 25.4, it tells you how you must make your application. It must be accompanied by a written representation from the applicant in support of the application. I will submit it to the superintendent. Upon receipt of it, this is what the superintendent does. He calls a case history of the applicant and a report as set out in Part C. Make arrangements to undergo psychological and psychiatric evaluation. And all of this goes to the board. At 26, the board, upon receipt of the application for partial parole, fix the time, date, place for partial parole, and very importantly, let's go through who they will give notice to. They give notice to the offender. You have to come before us. You give notice to the Commissioner of Prisons. He has to come. You give notice to the Commissioner of Police. They were involved in the detection of crime. They might have intelligence reports about this person that they may have kept secret, that they would not release. But at the parole board, the Commissioner of Police could tell that parole board, listen, Mr. X is so-and-so, you know. Very importantly at the victims of the offense committed by the offender were such relatives of the victim as the board made things for. You're bringing the victims into the equation. All part of the healing process, Mr. President. It gives the victim an opportunity to almost confront the person who committed the crime. And the person who committed this crime is asking, please let me out early. I have changed. The board may look at the victim and say, what's your thoughts on the matter? He may have submitted a report. So the board is hearing everybody. A victim, it may give the victim at that time, Mr. President, something to get off his chest if he didn't get it off before. Tell him about the deep hurt they have caused and anguish they have caused his family, but I forgive you. Because I think you can change. So we are breaking the cycle of crime. We are breaking the cycle of revenge. We are trying to break the cycle of revenge, hate, and all of those things, and helping change the whole society. At 27, the board at the partial parole hearing shall consider all these matters. It will also consider E. 1E, any remarks made by the court at the time of sentencing. The judge who heard the case may describe it as a particular heinous act, or they may say, this person was led astray by some friends. But they will consider everything. Then at 28, the board may recommend to the court they may get a temporary absence order under 29 or a work release order under section 32. And these are the things that it must be satisfied of: the behavior of the applicant while under sentence, he's fit to be released. C, the reform and the rehabilitation of the offender will be aided by partial parole. And in the case of a temporary absence order, it is satisfied with respect to the criteria, or in the case of a work release order. And 29 gives you what is a temporary absence order and what is the criteria that must be in place for you to get it. And for example, you're bringing the family back into the equation here at E, 29E. There will be support for the offender, including the involvement of family members, community support groups, religious groups. All those criteria has to be fulfilled. But you may have family members who say, let him out early. Please, we can help change him. We will support him. He's a good boy. He made a mistake. And as my honorable leader of the Senate tells me, our old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. At 30, it gives you a work release, and again from A to G, it tells you what you must fulfill to get out on a work release. Again, I want to emphasize that at D, he is on a structured plan of work release that has been prepared by the parole officer. He's not coming out just so. He's coming out on a structured work release program. And again at E, there will be support for the offender including the involvement of family members, community support groups, religious groups. And, Mr. President, he who has been granted work release by the court, he has certain terms and conditions at A to E that he must fulfill. Terms and conditions. You're getting a chance. These are terms and conditions. I'm getting you out. These are terms and conditions. Wow. Thank you. 32 gives you the time period for the partial parole order. So I'll just speed up in light of the passage of time. A partial parole order, I am on 33(2). You may be subject to electronic monitoring. You may refrain from associating with children, with the victim of the offense, and any other person, and it have many other conditions there, and so on. At 34(2), we talk about after completing half of his work release on a partial parole order, he may apply to the board if he is so good at his performance for a full parole order. Now, at 24(4), it tells you when you're applying for a full parole order, who must come before the parole board? The same persons as the partial parole. Once again at 35, all the documents that the board will consider, including oral submissions from the offender. At 36, it may recommend to the court for granting the full parole order. 37 and so on, and the rest of it until Section 39 gives you the mechanisms of the full parole order and how you will get it, your terms and conditions that you'll be released under, and what you must fulfill. At Section 40, I just want to re-emphasize, at 47, in the determination of the board, at 47, victims or relatives of the victims shall be entitled to appear at hearings of the board, to make oral and written submissions on the parole of an offender, and this may be done in the presence of the offender or in his absence. Where he chooses not to attend, he may make written submissions by way of an affidavit where they choose not to attend a hearing for parole, and the board shall provide the offender with a copy of the affidavit. So there's interactions at all levels. And we are taking into consideration at 40:15 that the appearance of an offender, victim, relatives of the victim, or any other person participating in the proceedings may appear in such hearings or proceedings virtually or through the use of video conferencing or other electronic communication technology that allows for real-time audio participation. If the parolee breaks the terms and conditions of his release, at 42, the parole may be revoked. And we made an alteration. I'm sure that it may have shown up here. It's when we said the very parolee during the course of his parole is arrested or charged. An amendment was agreed downstairs that where the parolee during the course of his parole is convicted of any criminal offense. At 43, the board may recommend his suspension and so on. So, Mr. President, the bill provides very comprehensively for the system of parole, for allowing offenders, as we say, a second chance. And this is a giant step towards a second chance. But you have to work for it. You have to ensure you participate in it, and it will be a market change towards the current remission program that currently exists in the prison system. Now, the prison service tells us that since 2018, they wrote to the Ministry of National Security asking for a change in that remission system. I think it's Rule 281 of the prison rules. And they were asking, please make remission subject to rehabilitation exercises that they must go through on programs. Because right now, their criminality is being masked. Since 2018, we are now in 2026, no response from the Ministry of National Security. They would have started that rehab program since 2016, 2018, 2019. But right now, it's a revolving door. We intend to bring legislation shortly to ensure that our 281 is changed to facilitate rehabilitation programs in the prison service. Mr. President, in our deliberations on considering the passage of this bill today, and if I may indicate, this bill passed in the lower house with no objections. We are not merely deciding on the passage of a bill. We are deciding on the type of society we choose to be. The legislation before us does something profoundly simple, yet profoundly transformative. It refuses to accept that a prison sentence ends where hope ends. It maintains that rehabilitation is a practical method that equips individuals with skills, structure, accountability, and dignity that they need to reintegrate into society. Without rehabilitation, Mr. President, release becomes a revolving door. We see it in the numbers, yes. However, more importantly, we see it in communities that bear the weight of repeat offending, in families caught in cycles that feel unbreakable. Recidivism is not just a correctional statistic. It is a societal failure loop. Mr. President, a justice system is not measured only by how it punishes wrongdoing, but by whether it succeeds in preventing its return. This bill recognizes that safer communities are built not merely through incarceration, but through transformation of the incarcerated individual. Recognition and awareness is one stage, but action is the next. If we are serious about breaking the cycles of crime, then we must also be serious about creating pathways to do so. This bill is one such way. I urge the Senate to stand united in support of this landmark legislation. I so beg to move.
Honorable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a System of Parole and Related Matters be now read a second time. Senator Faris Al-Rawi,
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank the Honourable Minister for piloting this bill. Mr. President, in this particular session of the Parliament, we have dealt with a number of pieces of law that treat with the issue of offenders. Today, we deal with it in what is defined as the parole system. Parole is a major systemic release procedure for long-term inmates aimed at reducing the risk of reoffending by structuring an appropriate supervision of resettlement, support, and other factors for the offender. Now, Mr. President, without at all reviving any debate into anything, but simply making the point, in this process of stakeholder management, We are looking at a number of entities: the Ministry of National Security and its agencies, the police and its multiple arms, probation, the prison service, the courts, the inmate population, Ministry of Social Development, the public, the Attorney General's office, now the Ministry of Justice. As we treat with that, Mr. President, the Honourable Minister is here after having dealt with a very important law, that is the Probation of Offenders law. And I'll come to this law as it relates to an aspect of clarification that I'd like the Minister to give us on that. 2, it includes victims' rights in the body of this law, because there is the voice of the victim which we have to have. Now, Mr. President, I found it odd that the Honourable Minister did not inform of the production of a bill which is almost exactly informed to this. In 2022, Mr. President, 2021, Mr. President, I drafted a law to treat with probation and parole. I informed of that in previous sittings. But in that law in 2022, we specifically had, by way of draft in the Law Reform Commission, a bill comprising 59 clauses. Today, our bill comprises 59 clauses. And importantly, the question is, well, why didn't probation of offenders as drafted by the PNM come forward? And it comes to the context of this debate today. In summary, I'll say to you, Mr. President, number one, we had an absolute requirement to deal with the criminal justice system, the place where we were going to deal with treating with the balancing of rights of how do you punish offenders versus how do you rehabilitate offenders. Because the Honourable Minister is correct, save for people who are on death row or who have life sentences, which is 75 years as you consider it, everybody else has a chance at coming out. Question is, how do they come out? The Honourable Minister gave us some statistics as to nearly 56%, 55%, 54% recidivism as detailed by the prison's statistics that he gave us. But Mr. President, until we had dealt with more courts, that is criminal division, children's division, that is the criminal side of the children's court, the family and children division, the increase in the judiciary, the increase in the number of masters, the increase in the processes in the court, simple things like being able to go to court online from the prison, online from the police station, online from an attorney's office or a virtual access center where prisoners are brought. All of those things had to be put together because we considered that the appetite of this population, our country, was not there to just say, time to release prisoners. It had to be balanced. And I want to put on record that one of the reasons that we didn't come forward with our 2022 law, which I supervised, was including the need to put into effect the criminal justice operations. But Mr. President, I can say specifically in relation to the parole bill, there were a few large issues left to be considered and which unfortunately have not been considered in the draft before us. Save for a difference between a few clauses and materially with respect to clause 20, which I'll come to in a little while, the bill is pretty much the same. My own statements to the Law Revision, to the Law Reform Commission, and the reason that I was working on the law was that we had to treat with the issue of child offenders because we have a children's criminal court. We have child rehabilitation centers. These are not included in this law. Secondly, Mr. President, we were looking to harmonize the probation of offenders reforms with the parole reforms because the probation of offenders law, which we as a parliament have considered, collides with this law. Thirdly, we were looking at the issue of victims' rights. In particular, you've heard me before, not going into previous debates, but on this law I will say, it is mandatory to consider victims' rights in a prescriptive way, not by a charter of rights that has no route to implement it, to have it go into effect. So, Mr. President, there are deep concerns with this law, and we'll be proposing amendments, because the Senate is going to consider this in its careful terms and conditions. Ideally, I'd like to put on the record, Mr. President, we should remember two very important laws that we passed, both in 2017, both laws which I piloted, Mr. President, and both of which, in fact, went to a special select committee, joint select committees of the Parliament. The first one, Mr. President, is Act number 12 of 2017, and that is the Plea Discussion and Plea Agreements Act, where, Mr. President, we specifically included in Part 3 the requirement for victim impact statements when a court was going to consider how to sentence somebody, particularly in the context of a plea. Sections 13 onward. But the second and very important law that grounds itself in this law is Act number 10 of 2017. So the plea bargaining law was number 12 of 2017. The other act now is number 10 of 2017. And this is an act to amend the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, the Summary Courts Act, the Offences Against the Persons Act, and the Criminal Procedure Act. In essence, we were treating with judge-only trials, but very importantly, Section 3 of the Act amended the Offences Against the Persons Act to remove people being treated and left at the court's pleasure, because in the Offences Against the Persons Act, Section 4 and Section 4A, the court had on our books, on our laws, the ability to sentence somebody who had a difficulty with mental capacity, were charged with murder, if it was shown that there was a mental incapacity, or as the law called it a mental retardation, such as to affect the person's mind, the court would, instead of going for murder or for manslaughter, instead say that you would be sent to detention for such period as the court pleased. Now, we amended that law in a joint select committee, and very importantly, we said, and it's relevant to this bill, that where a court is in that situation of putting somebody at the court's pleasure, that the court must give a minimum determination of a sentence, and that the court must consider things which include penal objectives of retribution and general deterrence, the seriousness of an offense, the principle of individualized sentencing, which this bill captures, any aggravating or mitigating factors, any victim impact statement submitted to the court, or any other relevant matter. And specifically with respect to aggravating factors, our 2017 Act says aggravating factors include planning and premeditation, the killing of a child, senior citizen, differently abled person, or otherwise vulnerable victim, evidence of sadism, gratuitous violence, sexual maltreatment, humiliation, or degradation before the killing, killing for gain in the course of burglary, robbery, blackmail, insurance fraud, other killings, multiple killings, killing of a witness or potential witness to defeat the course of justice, killing of a person doing his public duty, etc. Now, albeit that those are in relation to murder and killing, if you look at it in the context of this bill, one of the reasons when I was considering it in 2022 was the need to include in the draft that the Law Revision Committee put together, Law Reform Committee put together, the need for saying what a court ought to consider in the run-up to considering parole. Now, the architecture of this law is very good. The architecture of the 2022 law that I drafted is very good. It's here almost in exact form. It says, bring a person in, have them immediately assessed for rehabilitative needs, identify the time by which they may get partial parole, identify the time at which they're going to get full parole opportunities to be heard, have a parole board consider the factors. When the parole board considers the factors, go to the court and let the court consider the grant of parole, all of which I agree with. What is not included here is the fact that this bill says, go to the court where you were sentenced. It says in this bill that it is a high court judge. In fact, Mr. President, there are many summary offenses which are over 10 years. It may very well, therefore, have been a district court judge, meaning a magistrate, which the original 2022 law, which I drafted, has in it. And in fact, it may very well be a children's court, because you're dealing with child offenders, and child offenders can be sentenced to very long periods of incarceration. So let's jump very quickly into the specifics of the bill. Mr. President, when we look to the specifics of the bill, there are a few very obvious things that I think we need to jump to. Let's start off with the definition section, Mr. President. The first thing that I'd like to point out with respect to the definition section, Mr. President, is that we have a need for a bit of understanding. So Clause 3 says we're dealing with a judge of the Supreme Court. Insofar as the bill says go back to the court where you were sentenced if you're rearrested, how do you go to the Supreme Court, High Court, if in fact you were before a district court on a summary offense? A JIPA tells you which court to go to, the indictable court, the assizes, or the district court. Secondly, Mr. President, this definition, life sentence. Life sentence means a sentence of imprisonment for life, but does not include a sentence of death which has been commuted, fine, to life imprisonment, or a long-term sentence. Long-term sentence is defined. Next page. It means a determinate sentence of more than 10 years imprisonment. When you get to clause 20 of the bill, which is the trigger to get into parole, an offender other than an offender sentenced to death is eligible for parole in accordance with the provisions of this act as follows. An offender undergoing a life sentence shall be eligible for parole upon the expiration of 15 years, full parole expiration of 20 years. But life sentence does not, in the definition, include a determinate sentence over 10 years. So one of the questions I had in 2022, which I asked the minister now, and I'm perhaps prepared to give way immediately, Honourable Minister, if you're paying attention. He's not. The question that I had for him is, does this clause 20 exclude determinate sentences over 10 years? According to the definition section, it does. So is it that the definition section really meant to say indeterminate sentences? And I'm going to add now, for instance, somebody caught under the Offences Against the Persons Act, section 4A, subsection 6, 7, 8, that gives you indeterminate sentences to be assessed. So there's a collision. I had it in 2022. I pointed it out to the Law Reform Commission. I'd like the answer today because there's a conflict. Mr. President, when we get to the definition of offender, it says here that an offender is a person who is sentenced to serve a term of imprisonment of 10 years or more, including a life sentence. That now collides with a long-term sentence. Long-term sentence means a determinate sentence of more than 10 years imprisonment. That is excluded because it's a life sentence. Exclusion. Okay. Let's get into relative. In the definition of relative, Mr. President, I think it important to note at paragraph A, Roman 6, a relative means, it includes now, any appropriate person who the court determines to be of sufficient proximate relationship, whether by blood or otherwise. Now, in listening to comments in the Senate, I know there's been questioning as to whether that definition of relative is too wide and we ought to consider narrowing that. I can point out that in the 2022 version of the law that I drafted, it was such that that person that the court considered is so proximate or close to be considered a member of the victim's immediate family. And can I say, you'll find that same definition of tie back to immediate family in the plea bargaining legislation, Mr. President, and in the judge-only law, which I've referred to in the Offences Against the Persons Act. Mr. President, we then get to the definition of victim. I'd like clarification from the Honourable Minister. Victim includes a person who suffers certain things, including economic loss. It does not say individual, therefore person includes a corporation, and therefore that needs to be clarified in this law, because when we get to the plea bargaining legislation where we use the term person, we specifically cut off and cut away into two aspects. Where the person is a child, we need to have specific rules, and where the person is a business, which is permitted under the plea bargaining to be a victim, does this in this law also include that? I note again the deep concern that we don't have the treatment of children in offenders properly mapped out in this law. Mr. President, when we looked at the definition of victim as well, victim gets down to an interesting clause. A, the person's spouse or an individual who is or was at the time of the person's death, incapacitation, cohabiting with the person in a cohabitational relationship, having so cohabited for a period of at least 5 years. Why 5 years? You may have cohabited for 1 year. You may have had a child in that year. The child may be covered. The parties could have been deeply involved with each other prior to cohabitation. I think that the inclusion of 5 years is unnecessary, and it ought to just simply include a cohabitant, Mr. President. Mr. President, if you're looking to the maintenance and other provisions, the Cohabitational Relationships Act, I'll accept that there's a time frame there. If I'm not mistaken, it is 2 years. I can't remember. I'll double check. Mr. President, when we get to the definition of court in Section 6, again, I'd like to point out that Section 6 treats with the functions in Section 6b, receive and consider applications for parole from an offender and to make recommendations to a court. And I think we need to definitely look to that. But because our Victims' Rights Bill does not give any reflection to parole or probation, Section 6 needs to include B, receive and consider applications for parole from an offender and to hear the victim's voice. It should be included in the functions of the board, a positive obligation grounded in Section 6 to hear the right of the board, to give the right to the victim to be heard by the board. Mr. President, let's jump to Section 9, Clause 9. Clause 9 treats with the appointees. Now, Clause 9 has an interesting coordination with Clause 11. Clause 11 says the President, in his own discretion, may remove somebody from the board. But Clause 9 says the board shall comprise, etc., and that these persons are appointed by the President. When you read the Constitution, President effectively in Section 80 of the Constitution means the Cabinet. So the Cabinet is appointing in Clause 9. The President is removing in own discretion in Clause 11. We have a quasi-judicial function. We're appointing an attorney at law with not less than 15 years. We're getting a maximum of 6 people plus 3 ex officio. So you have 9 people. Usually you say ex officio persons are entitled to have a vote. This law does not. So the question is, do these 9 people actually all have a vote? Are the ex officios left off from the voting list, leaving only 6? The quorum is 5 in the bill. If you have only 6, because the ex officios don't have a vote, well, then you have a problem. I do believe, Mr. President, that the attorney at law, borrowing from the precedent of the Industrial Relations Act, ought to be an attorney at law appointed by the Judicial and Legal Services Commission. If it is that you don't want to go necessarily to the President in his or her own discretion, I think that that would give the board a degree of insulation that it should. There's a commendable clause that says the members of the board are not to take directions from anyone. I welcome that. Mr. President, let's go to clause 11. The president may remove. I flag this to say, usually, and if you go to the Interpretation Act says he who appoints can disappoint. So under the Interpretation Act, the president will mean the cabinet. So the cabinet is appointing you under section 9, but section 11 says the president can remove you. There's a collision there. So I think we either need to go for the JLSC appointee and put the president in own discretion in clause 9. Mr. President, clause 12 has an obvious error. Clause 12 says that a member of the board other than the chairman may resign his office by instrument in writing addressed to the president. That's not what it should be. It should be addressed to the chairman. It was that in the 2022 bill that was drafted as well. So clause 12 would have to have an amendment, Mr. President. Mr. President, let's go to clause 17. Clause 17 sets up a quorum, Mr. President, of 5 members. And meetings of the board shall meet as often. The quorum for meetings of the board shall be no less than 5. In the 2022 version that I drafted, we had 13 members. We went with a larger 13 number, envisaging that you may need to have panels sit, like the Law Association sits in panel A or panel B for disciplinary matters. Like other bodies, you're going to have a mass. We heard the statistics coming from the Honorable Minister. Thousands of persons in incarceration, thousands of persons going to have individual treatment options. When you have a parole board with only 6 members and 3 ex officio, you are probably not going to have the benefit of sitting in panels, especially when you look to the fact that the chairman and vice chairman are full-time and sit for 5 years. If you were to go for a larger board, then you would have the privilege of sitting in panels to deal with the workload functions, Mr. President. That's why we went with 13 in 2022. Mr. President, let's go to clause 20. And this is the serious one. Part 3, parole of offenders. Clause 20 says, an offender other than offender sentenced to death is eligible for parole in accordance with the provisions of this Act as follows. An offender undergoing a life sentence shall be eligible for partial parole, expiration of 15 years, full parole, expiration of 20 years. Mr. President, we in 2022, I in 2022, put a different formula. In 2022, and this is a proposal that we'll make today at committee stage, it said this: where a person is convicted of an offense and is to be sentenced by the court for an eligible parole term, including a sentence of imprisonment for life, the court may, in passing sentence under the provision, order the person to be eligible for parole in accordance with this Act. What does that mean, Mr. President? We left it for the court to say, you will not get eligibility for parole. Why? We have to consider that we are allowing egregious sexual offenses, including child rape, including children as victims, including human trafficking, including all manner of consequence. And in our view, we left it for the court in sentencing to say, you are convicted and you are now sentenced as follows, with or without the eligibility for bail, for parole. That's how you see it on television. The United States system is built that way. He was sentenced on the basis of X with no eligibility for parole. And therefore, Mr. President, I humbly recommend that the Honourable Minister consider reverting to the 2022 formula, which is to say the court, when it is closest to the facts, when it is closest to the jury or the judge only, when it has all of the evidence before it fresh in its mind, should say as a matter of fact, appealable as it is, that you're not eligible for parole or you are. In that clause 20 that 2022 we drafted, we said an appeal from a decision of the court not to grant an order for eligibility may be made to the Court of Appeal. So we left it open. But Mr. President, when we are dealing with a society that has depravity of this kind, as all societies do, heinous acts are committed, Mr. President, I think we really ought to allow the person, that is the judge or judge and jury, most proximate to consider the effect of whether you should ever be entitled to the eligibility for parole, Mr. President. Mr. President, let's look at Clause 21. Clause 21 says, a court shall have the authority to receive and consider the recommendations of the board for the grant of parole, even though later in the bill under the general provisions, victims are considered by the court. I think there ought to be, most respectfully, the inclusion at each place where the court makes a determination to insert the provision of hearing from a victim, Mr. President. Why? Because the probation of offenders law did not treat with victims. The Victims' Rights Bill does not treat with victims on parole or probation at all. Therefore, the only place that we can consider the consequences to a victim is going to be in this particular parole system. The minister will have to decide if the probation of offenders law should be repealed entirely, because that is one of the considerations we were giving in drafting this parole bill, Mr. President, as we did. So, Mr. President, I ask the Honourable Minister to take note of that. Let's deal with Clause 23. Clause 23 says, a parole officer shall, as soon as is reasonably practicable, after the reception of an offender, conduct a rehabilitation assessment with a view to determining appropriate rehabilitation. Okay, but because we have gone away from the definition of being eligible for parole, the definition section doesn't help us as to eligibility for parole, other than saying if you're serving a life sentence, which was a commutation of a death sentence, or it's an indeterminate sentence, you can't have it. But therefore, we are not dealing with eligibility. So it really ought to be in Clause 23 that you're talking about a person on reception of an eligible offender, Mr. President. Mr. President, when we get to Clause 24, here's where we are calculating the parole officer shall, upon reception of an offender, calculate the date on which the offender shall become eligible for partial parole or full parole. Now, Mr. President, the bill, towards its end, includes the fact that the prison's rules applies, and that is as to remissions on sentencing. An offender at Clause 57 who is eligible for parole under this Act shall also be eligible for remission under the prison's rules. We know that Prisons Rule 285 gives you remission of sentences, Mr. President, but when we are at Clause 24 and you're calculating the time frame, it's really two time frames that you're calculating. The fact of you come in and you behave badly, well, this is your maximum without remission. You come in and you behave well with remission, your time frame changes. So I respectfully ask the Minister to consider that Clause 24 really needs a calculation of a maximum and minimum time when partial or full parole can be triggered, because if you have behaved well and there's a remission, your date for eligibility for partial parole will be beyond the time when you qualify for it. So the offender will have something in his hand which is post-dated then. It is a date which has not yet arrived. That will, of course, potentially open us up to some challenge in interpretation. Mr. President, let's get to Clause 25. At Clause 25, we're seeing that we are considering the application for partial parole. So you make an application for partial parole, you give the offender the notice in Part A of the schedule. The application is accompanied by written representations, etc., cause and history, etc. At Clause 26, the board fixes a date and time for partial parole, etc. But, Mr. President, I would think if we're following through to the Minister's undertaking that victims' rights will be considered, when you are giving the offender the notice that he can apply, at that stage, the prison also has, you could argue, an opportunity to tell the victim. Because the victim is also somebody with a consequence. The victim ought to have the right of knowing when these events are coming. The law, the bill says you must give the victim at least 30 days notice before the thing is heard by the parole board. But what happens when the victim is in witness protection? What happens when the victim cannot be found by the person who's trying to serve it upon the victim because things have happened? You have a better chance if you inform the victim right along the process, beginning with Clause 25, Mr. President, as to when matters are coming. Mr. President, if we went with the formulation as I've proposed for Clause 20, where at sentencing the court will tell you whether you can get parole or not as a condition of your sentence, well, that would help us significantly. Mr. President, let's go to Clause 27. Clause 27 deals with the conduct of partial parole hearings. And the board shall, at a partial parole hearing of an offender, consider a number of matters. Thank you, Mr. President. Case history, report, and other factors. Mr. President, I read out to you the considerations contained in Act number 10 of 2017, that is the judge only, which says what a board ought to consider or a court ought to consider, and specifically we ought to put in the mind of the board what are aggravating factors to consider, so that there is a positive obligation upon the body corporate, which is the board, to consider these matters, Mr. President, before it gets to a court, Mr. President. Mr. President, let's get to Clause 29. The court may grant where it is satisfied by Clause 28. But, Mr. President, I respectfully believe, and I suggest to the Honourable Minister, we ought to borrow those conditions as we have them in the judge-only recommendations, the offences against the person amendment, suitably amended, to put that as the condition in Clause 28, so that the court is satisfied on the balancing of interests and has a positive obligation to consider the aggravating factors in a matter. Mr. President, when we get to Clause 30, Clause 30 is very supportable. A court where it's ordering an offender granting a work release, we totally support the provisions inside of there. For instance, many people say, well, I wish that prisoners were productive, Mr. President. They have, for instance, you look at subclause 2D, subject to any court order payments, pay such portion of his earnings as the court specifies towards family assistance, including maintenance. Mr. President, I'd like to specifically insert child support. It was in the 2020. Maintenance is the spouse. Child support is one of the most fundamental rights of the child, Mr. President. And I would genuinely recommend to the Honourable Minister that he consider inserting child support inside of subclause 2D, Mr. President. We cannot, as a civilized society, have any kind of intolerance, can have anything other than intolerance for people that don't pay child support. Quite interestingly, I saw in the United States of America that the US government is now cancelling passports of their citizens who owe child maintenance and child support. That's how far some territories go, Mr. President. Mr. President, Clause 29, again, triggers on Clause 28, as Clause 30 does. Mr. President, I'd like to say in Clause 31 that we ought to include the voice of the victim. Clause 31 is when the board recommends the grant, it shall inform the offender. Well, right there you should be informing the victim as well, because that's a hearing that's coming up to the board. And again, the practical terms of how Trinidad and Tobago operates is that you very often can't find people, Mr. President. And a mere 30 days with a warrant officer or an officer going to try and find somebody says, look, I just couldn't find the person, now serve the notice. That's probably not the best way for us to operationalize this. Clause 33, Mr. President, we should, no, I can skip that one. Clause 35, Mr. President, let's get to that. Clause 35 deals with the full hearing. We should consider, in addition to oral, the ability to have written submissions, and it is here that we could probably add again the particulars of the factors which ought to be considered at the full hearing, Mr. President. Mr. President, clause 36 is where the court is satisfied. Again, the positive statements as to the court being bound to consider certain balancing acts, as we have in Act number 10 of 2017, together with aggravated circumstances, should be in there. Mr. President, clause 37 treats with the report, and 37 says, where the board recommends the grant of full parole, the board shall inform, again, the offender. It's at this point we need to insert the victim again. Again, I say this because the amendments that we made to the other pieces of law that we have considered recently did not capture the voice of the victim, and we certainly need to include it there. Clause 40, this is part 4, the general provisions. Clause 40, Mr. President, is where we begin the general provisions at part 4, and that there should be a record, etc. Mr. President, victims are at subclause 7. Mr. President, we are not treating with a very important subset of victim in a positive way, and that is child victims, Mr. President. I want to underscore again, it was the need to consider the effect on children in 2022 when I was working on this law that caused us to pause, Mr. President. And that was because we had a JIPA still to come, public defenders being birthed, etc. We need to consider the role of the child, Mr. President. Mr. President, question. Is this an appropriate law to disapply the Freedom of Information Act? I don't know. Maybe. Because fishing expeditions inside of matters, albeit that subclauses 6 and 7 of, I forget the clause, say that the court can redact or the parole board can redact certain things. I'm concerned about the effect of the Freedom of Information Act in relation to these sensitive matters because, Mr. President, in the 2022 deliberations that we were having, I want to remind that the Children's Court anonymizes children's records. This law does not. We apply the UN conventions in the Children's Court so that child offenders are anonymized and child victims are anonymized. This law applies to all persons who are offenders, meaning it applies to children, but therefore it is in conflict with our children's suite of laws. And I want to say to the Honourable Minister in all sincerity, this is something that is critically important. When we were looking at dealing with judge-only matters, Mr. President, we took a special select committee of the Senate. We took it to a Senate special select committee and we put into specific law those things. This is open to the Honourable Minister today to save this debate, making serious observations. A special select committee could be established to treat with the matter of child offenders, Mr. President. It would save the work. You go to a special select committee, but I get the feeling, Mr. President, there's no desire for these things. It's just take it or leave it. And perhaps it is what it is, right? Mr. President, last submission, 1 minute, clause 42 has a big problem. Any offense knocks you out. A cuss case, resisting arrest where somebody has come at you and you have to appeal, can revoke. Clause 42 really ought to be in the discretion of the court if you are caught that way. I've run out of time, so I'll take the rest at committee stage, and I thank you sincerely, Mr. President.
Senator Michael de la Bastide, SC.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the government in bringing this bill to Parliament has taken a significant step towards introducing into the criminal justice system a system of parole that is geared towards rehabilitating offenders with a view to reducing the period of their incarceration and decreasing the likelihood of their recidivism. And I say, Mr. President, that in taking that step, the government is to be commended. However, though legislating for a system of parole is a significant step, it is without doubt merely a first step, or perhaps one might say an early step, to achieving the successful implementation of the concept of parole into our criminal justice system. When one considers carefully the detail of the system of parole proposed by this bill and the requirements it imposes on the prison service, one can readily appreciate that the government will have a Herculean task in successfully implementing that system, particularly given the problems which I understand the prison service faces at the moment in terms of understaffing, personal insecurity of officers, poor working conditions, and general low morale. Mr. President, the parole process which the bill proposes imposes on the prison service the additional burden of performing what seems to be a significantly wider scope of duties and responsibilities than that which it performs now. While I'm no expert on our country's prison service, from what I have learned through the media and from others who know more than I do about that service, it seems almost certain that the prison service in its present condition will be woefully inadequate in terms of successfully implementing and administering the system of parole set out in the bill. What seems to be required at the very least is the hiring of a large number of additional personnel, as well as the requisite training of such personnel so as to enable them to perform the new duties and responsibilities which will be imposed on the prison service when this bill is proclaimed and passed. But, Mr. President, my impression is that this is not disputed by the government. I believe that in the other place, the Honorable Minister of Justice stated in response to concerns raised that the prison service was not in any state to implement the parole system proposed by this bill, that 800 prison officers were going to be hired in the near future, with a first batch to be hired by this July. Further, I note that Clause 2 of the bill provides that the Act will come into force on a date to be fixed by the President by way of proclamation. I would expect, and in any event encourage, the government to cause that proclamation to be deferred until such time as the prison service has sufficient manpower with the relevant training and expertise and sufficient resources to implement effectively what at this time appears to be the very ambitious system of parole proposed by this bill. Having said that, reducing crime to what can be considered to be an acceptable level in this country without resorting to state of emergency type powers, and one might now say even with such powers, is itself a very difficult task. One might say a Herculean task. And I can see that what is required to perform that task successfully is an ambitious, multi-pronged approach. The implementation of the type of parole system proposed by the bill is one such prong, and it is certainly ambitious. In the main, I do not fault the general approach of the bill in putting forward a parole system that is focused on the gradual rehabilitation and early but cautious reintroduction into society of offenders. However, I have one grave concern regarding the bill, which I will address in the course of my contribution. The bill sets out a detailed process for offenders to apply for and obtain partial parole and ultimately full parole. And to lend intelligibility to my contribution, I will briefly outline in broad terms certain aspects of that process. Essentially, the process for applying for parole begins with an application by the offender for partial parole. That application is submitted along with other reports to the Parole Board of Trinidad and Tobago for consideration. Thereafter, the board conducts a parole hearing, and after conducting that hearing, may either recommend to the court where the offender was sentenced that the court grant what is referred to as partial parole, or that the court refuse partial parole. Partial parole may take two forms. It may be in the form of a temporary absence order made by the court, or a work release order made by the court. A temporary absence order essentially provides that the offender shall, over a specified period of time, engage in a personal development program, community service, or community-based activity or program outside the prison for such number of hours per outings and such number of outings per week over a specified period of time as approved by the court. Under a work release order, the offender shall engage such employment outside the prison as is specified in the order for a period of time, and during that period shall reside to such community-based residence as is specified in the order. So essentially, under the work release order, the prisoner or the offender will live outside of the prison, as it were. It appears from the provisions of the bill, and in particular Clause 31, that on an application for partial parole, the issue before the board is whether to recommend to the court partial parole in the form of a temporary absence order. It does not appear that the board can recommend or that the court can at that point grant a work release order. So although the court is required to consider the board's recommendation, as the Honourable Minister pointed out, there's nothing in the bill that suggests that the court is required to follow that recommendation. And therefore, it seems that it has a discretion to grant the order, even though the board has recommended the order should not be granted, and vice versa. However, Mr. President, it is to be expected that the court will give the recommendation of the board significant weight, and I expect will only act contrary to same in rare circumstances. After all, the board is there with the experts in this field to make a recommendation, and I do not think any court is going to go against, not having the same expertise, is going to go against that recommendation. At least it will not do so very lightly. After the expiry of the temporary absence order, because that order lasts a certain period, a parole officer reports to the board on the offender's compliance with that order and recommends whether the offender should be certified as having successfully completed his temporary absence. And if the board, after considering that report and interviewing the parole officer and such person as it thinks fit, is satisfied that the offender has successfully completed his temporary absence, it shall certify as much. So where the temporary absence order has expired and the board has certified that the offender has successfully completed his temporary absence, the court may then grant a work release order once it is satisfied of certain matters. Not earlier than 5 months or later than 4 months before the expiration of the work release order, the offender may apply to the board for full parole. There is also provision for the offender to apply for full parole earlier than that, but I won't get into that, Mr. President. In any event, the board then has a full parole hearing at which it considers the application for parole, including various matters described in the bill, and may either recommend full parole or may not recommend full parole, and may instead recommend the extension of the offender's partial parole for work release to such date as the court thinks fit. So I went through all of that, Mr. President, to make the point that by way of its discretion to recommend or not to recommend to the court partial parole in the form of a temporary absence order, and by way of its power to effectively deny the offender the opportunity of obtaining partial parole in the form of a work release order through its determination that the offender has not successfully completed his temporary absence, and by way of its discretion to recommend or not to recommend full parole, the board will hold great sway over, if not effectively dictate, the determination of the issue as to whether an offender is granted partial parole and ultimately full parole. I take the Honourable Minister's point that at the end of the day, the court can overturn, as it were, or reject the recommendation of the parole board. But again, I say I would expect that it would only be in rare circumstances that the court would do so, given that it does not have the expertise that the board will have. And so, Mr. President, the board will have a very telling say as to what portion of his or her prison sentence the offender in fact serves, and therefore the severity of the punishment that is imposed on the offender. Thus, it is easy to see, Mr. President, that the parole board will be, in a real sense, another arm of the criminal justice system. The other arms of the system will comprise the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Office of the DPP, the judiciary, and the prison service. At present, each of those existing entities is insulated from political influence by constitutional provisions that provide that the powers of appointment, discipline, promotion, transfer of personnel working in those entities are in the main exercised by persons appointed by the President in his or her discretion after consulting with the Prime Minister and the Leader of Opposition, or by at least by other persons who are not political appointees. That is to say, they are not appointed by the government of the day, or, for that matter, the opposition of the day. As I will demonstrate later in my contribution, the majority of the members of the parole board will not be insulated in that manner. But first, I will briefly outline the insulation from political influence enjoyed by the existing arms of the criminal justice system under the Constitution. Under the Constitution, and I'm sure all the lawyers will know of this already, and maybe even the non-lawyers, but for the benefit of the listening public, I'll just go through it quickly. Under the Constitution, the powers of appointment, discipline, transfer, promotion of police officers, except those holding the rank of Deputy Commissioner of Police, are exercised by the Police Commissioner. The appointment of the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioners is effected through a process of nomination by the Police Service Commission and approval by the House of Representatives. So the House has some limited say in the appointment of those particular officers, but it is limited to, in effect, a veto of persons nominated by the Police Service Commission. Power to terminate the services of the Commissioner is exercised by the Police Service Commission. Now, the members of that commission, the Police Service Commission, are appointed by the President, again, after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. And the President can terminate the appointment of a member of the Commission after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Opposition Leader. Just to be clear, under Section 80 of the Constitution, the President may exercise these powers using his or her own discretion, albeit after such consultation. Now, going to the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the Office of the DPP, I would say that leaving aside the DPP for the moment, the power to appoint, discipline, promote, transfer, etc., state prosecutors is exercised by the Judicial and Legal Services Committee, the members of which are appointed by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of Opposition. So again, the decision as to who is appointed or removed from that commission is ultimately that of the President acting in his or her discretion. The power of the JLSC to appoint the DPP is limited to the extent that the JLSC must consult with the Prime Minister before making such an appointment, and a person shall not be appointed the Director of Public Prosecutions if the Prime Minister objects. In other words, while the JLSC appoints its director, the Prime Minister has a power of veto in respect of such appointments. If we go to the judiciary, we see that the Constitution confers the power to appoint judges on the JLSC. The exception to this is the Chief Justice who is appointed by the President, again after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. So again, the decision is that of the President acting in his or her own discretion, albeit after consultation prescribed in the Constitution. Finally, we come to prison officers. Prison officers are appointed by the Public Service Commission, which exercises the power to discipline, promote, and transfer those officers. Again, the members of the Public Service Commission are appointed by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. So, Mr. President, it is clear that the Constitution has been drafted with the intent of insulating the various arms of the criminal justice system from political influence. In that regard, the Constitution ensures in the main, largely through the role it confers on the various service commissions, that the power to appoint, discipline, promote, transfer the persons who play a significant role in that system does not lie in the hands of politicians or their appointees. There is perhaps one exception to that approach, which I will refer to later in this contribution. Clearly, Mr. President, The intent behind the provisions of the Constitution that insulate the justice system from political influence was in part to remove the risk of politicians or their appointees exercising powers of appointment of persons to positions in the criminal justice system in a manner that served their own party political interests as opposed to the public interest. The Constitution goes to great lengths to remove that risk, and clearly the framers of the Constitution saw the risk of such abuse was very real. Undoubtedly, if today Parliament were to confer on politicians the power to appoint persons to such positions in the criminal justice system, the risk remains that the power to appoint will be abused so as to further party political interests. And therefore, in my view, any step taken towards Parliament conferring that power on politicians ought to be rejected. The bill before us, Mr. President, if passed, will create a new arm of the criminal justice system, as I have said, namely the Parole Board. As I have said, it is to be expected that the board will have a very significant say in determining how long offenders in fact remain incarcerated, and by extension, the severity of the punishment they endure for the crimes which they have been found guilty of committing. Notwithstanding the fact that the board will perform such an important role in the criminal justice system, under this bill, it will not be insulated from political influence and political pressure in the way the other arms of the system have been insulated. I say this because, unlike the other arms of that system, the majority of the members of the parole board will be appointed by the government. Clause 9.1 of the bill provides that 6 of the 9 members of the board, that is a 2/3 majority, shall be appointed by the president. Now, as all lawyers ought to know, under Section 81 of the Constitution, appointed by the president in those clauses means appointed by the president in accordance with the advice of cabinet. So in essence, those members of the parole board will be appointed by the cabinet. Further, under Clause 17.5, the decisions of the board shall be by way of a majority of votes of the members present. Now, Mr. President, let me say at this point that it seems to be an established convention in this country that when the party that was previously in opposition wins a general election and forms a new government, all members of state boards appointed by the previous government resign or offer their resignation. And if they don't resign, then they are removed by the new government. And I say that whichever party is forming a new government, that is what seems to happen. This seems to be because the members of the state boards are or are deemed to be persons who are in some way affiliated to or supporters of the former governing party, or at the very least are persons whose sympathies lie with the former governing party. No doubt, that perception is often correct. Indeed, Mr. President, my impression is that the party coming into power makes a clean sweep of everything touched by the previous government. The question that arises is, will that practice extend to the appointment of persons to the parole board? Will it become the convention or the perceived convention that the party in power or the new party in power will appoint to the parole board persons who have some affiliation with or are supporters of the governing party or whose sympathies lie with the governing party? Well, while I cannot be certain, I think it is safe to say that that is a real risk. Whether it is a real risk now, it may not be, but certainly things may evolve in the future where it can become such a real risk. And so we are not just thinking about, in no way am I suggesting anything about this government in particular. I'm just talking about any government that might come into being in the future. And so under the present bill, the real possibility is that the majority of members of the parole board will be persons who are affiliated with or supporters of the governing party or persons whose sympathies lie with the governing party. To have politically biased persons in such positions as on the parole board would be wrong in my view. At least it would be wrong in principle. And such a scenario raises difficulties. What if one of the persons who applies for parole is an existing or former member of or activist of the governing party? What if he is a relative of such a member or activist? One can see that there will be a real risk that the members of the board appointed by the government of the day may exercise their powers in favor of the applicant out of a sense of party loyalty or as a result of pressure applied on him to do so by members of the party or members of the government. Similarly, if the applicant is a member or activist for the party in opposition, members of the board may be pressured by the party in power who appointed them to exercise their discretion against granting parole. The fact that 3 ex officio members of the parole board are not political appointees gives me little solace, given that they are very much in the minority and the board makes its decisions by way of a majority vote. Neither does the fact that the members of the parole board can only be removed by the president acting in his own discretion under Clause 11 offer any solace. The fact that the government cannot remove the members it appointed does not change the fact that they were appointed by the government of the day, and that therefore there is a risk that they will be supporters or affiliated with the governing party. Nor does the fact that the government may not remove members of the board give them any substantive independence, given that under sections 9.3, clauses 9.3, 10.1, and 2, the government are free to appoint members for short terms, and to the extent that the government is not happy with their performance, can simply not reappoint them on the expiry of their term, but rather appoint someone in their place. I note Clause 8 provides that the board is not subject to the direction or control of any person in the performance of its functions and in the exercise of its powers under this Act. But again, this does not address my point or the risk that members of the board appointed may exercise their power vote as a board member in the interests of their party or their party to which they are affiliated, as opposed to the public interest. I know that Clause 48 provides for an appeal to the High Court against the decision of the board on limited grounds. However, again, that does not address my point that political appointees should not be involved in the criminal justice system to the extent of determining or participating in the determination of the time an offender remains incarcerated. The fact that an offender may appeal his conviction for a criminal offense does not justify High Court judges or magistrates being appointed by the government. So too, the mere fact that the offender may appeal against the board's decision to reject his application for appeal does not justify that decision being made by political appointees. I turn now, Mr. President, to what is perhaps the exception to the general approach of the drafters of the Constitution of insulating the main actors in the criminal justice system. I refer here to Section 87 of the Constitution. That section effectively confers on a minister, acting through the president as it were, the power to grant a pardon to any person convicted of an offense, or to substitute a less severe form of punishment for that imposed in respect of an offense, or to remit the whole or any part of any sentence passed in respect of an offense. Needless to say, I'm not a fan of this provision in the Constitution, as it is clearly open to abuse. Anyone following international news media recently will have noted with concern reports from reputable news media outlets that there is evidence to suggest that the abuse of powers of pardon by the executive in another jurisdiction not so far from us. If such an abuse can occur in that jurisdiction, then it is not far-fetched to say it can happen in ours. And so while the Constitution does provide for the executive to grant pardons and to ameliorate or shorten sentences, I think it would be a bad idea to extend that approach by allowing the government of the day the opportunity to influence the system of parole by granting to it the power to appoint the majority of members to the parole board. It must be said that the powers conferred on the minister by Section 87 of the Constitution have been sparingly used, and therefore the opportunity for abuse is not as great as it may be in the parole system proposed by the bill, given that it is to be expected that a large number of applications for parole will be made to and heard by the parole board on a routine basis. Furthermore, the Constitution, in conferring the power to grant pardons and ameliorate sentences directly on a minister makes that minister, and by extension the government, directly accountable to the public. As already stated, the powers of pardon conferred by Section 87 have been sparingly exercised. And when they have been exercised, they usually are reported in and attract the scrutiny of the news media and the wider public. In the same way, the exercise of the power of pardon by the executive in that other jurisdiction I referred to earlier has attracted the scrutiny of the international news media. Thus, in the past, the public has been made aware by the local media of a minister exercising the powers conferred by Section 87 of the Constitution. In that scenario, the minister can be called upon by the media to give reasons why the pardon was exercised and to answer any accusation that it was done for political reasons. Further, the public, in exercising their vote in a general election, can take into account the fact that the pardon was granted, the reasons given by the minister for granting the pardon, and can take into account their own views as to whether the minister did so for purposes other than in the public interest. In that way, the minister is held to account for the exercise of his powers under Section 87. Under the parole system proposed by the bill, there will not, I believe, there will not be that transparency with respect to the issue as to whether the recommendations of the board regarding the grant of parole have been made to serve political interests. In that regard, those recommendations will not be by any identified politician, but rather by a board comprising a majority of persons appointed by the government. In that context of scenario, it will be unlikely that a recommendation of the board will attract the attention or the scrutiny of the media in the same way that the exercise of the powers under Section 87 of the Constitution would. Furthermore, given that the recommendation is made by a board comprising both specified public servants and persons appointed by government, it would be difficult to discern whether political interest motivated or contributed to the particular recommendation. So in conclusion, while I am generally happy with the system of parole proposed by the bill, I'm very much against a parole board that comprises a majority of members appointed by the government of the day. All of the members, or at least a majority of members of the board, ought to be non-political appointees. That is, persons appointed by persons or entities that are independent of the government. Now, it may be that when you have a government coming into power, it cannot simply remove those members of the parole board that were previously appointed by the other government. But depending on how long their terms are set, it may well be that a new government coming into power will be able to, by way of non-reappointment, replace all the 6 political appointees with their own political appointees, if you see what I mean, Mr. President. Mr. President, it seems that I have some time left. Can you tell me how much more time? Can I ask you?
Yes. You were at 118.
Sorry?
118.
118. Thank you. Thank you very much. If I could just go to a few of the clauses that I have some issues with, perhaps not as major as the issue that I have with the membership of the parole board. If we could go to section 50, or clause 56, subclauses C, D, and E. This makes it an offense, Mr. President, for a person to fail to attend before the board in accordance with a notice issued by the board under Section 19, refuses without lawful excuse to answer questions put to him by the board, fails without reasonable excuse to produce or furnish the board with a document required by the board under Section 19. Now, I'm concerned that this may have a chilling effect on those who would otherwise participate in this, in the parole system. And I'm thinking here of, Mr. President, under the temporary absence order, you're going to have people participating in the sense of providing community service programs, and interacting with the parolees, or under the work, I think it's work release order, you're going to need persons to employ these parolees. Now, if they are aware that they can be called upon by the board to give evidence about the parolee and his performance in the program or in employment, and that if they don't do so, they'll be guilty of a criminal offense, then they may worry that, well, what happens if the parolee didn't perform well, and I have to go in, give evidence and say he didn't perform well. Will there be reprisals one day for me because I had frustrated the efforts of the offender in obtaining parole? So I was a little alarmed by that clause. I certainly would, as civic-minded as I am, if I was an employer and I was aware of this clause and the potential for me to have to come and give evidence criticizing or negative about a parolee, I would have to think, well, what are the consequences for me, or more importantly, my family, of doing that? So I have an issue with that clause. I think it will serve to undermine or defeat the program or the system of parole which is put forward by the bill. Mr. President, the other issues I have really, to add to what the Honorable Senator Al-Rawi he was making the point several times that the victim was not being included in the process. And I won't repeat what he says, but there are perhaps other examples where the victim is being left out. And if I can go to clause 46. And my question, this is 46. This is where it says that the board shall, upon request, provide an offender, his attorney at law, or any other person authorized by the offender, etc., with a copy of any document which relates to the hearing. So should the victim not also be provided with a copy of such a document? That's my question. I think they should. Similarly, with 4010, my question is, should not the victim also be entitled to have legal representation or to be assisted by a person of the victim's choice? One can imagine that some of these victims may not have much education. They may not really understand what's going on. They may not be able to articulate in a proper manner what they have endured, what they object to. And surely they ought to, even if they don't have a lawyer, they should have the opportunity to have someone there who can articulate things better on their behalf than they would be able to do. So I think that one is particularly important, that the victims should have that right, or that the board should be able to give the victim, should have a discretion to give the victim that allowance. And then 44.2, clause 44.2, again, it says, my question is, where the board intends to recommend to a court the revocation of a parole order, should the board not be required to give notice of such intention to the victim as well? I don't know if that is one that Senator Al-Rawi raised, but I'm raising it now. Those are really that is really the contribution that I wish to make in respect of this bill. But I wonder if, Mr. President, you would indulge me in allowing me to congratulate the Honourable Minister of local local government and rural development in making what I thought was in delivering in a very fine manner her contribution today. She made could be seen as a mundane topic quite interesting, and it's a shame that we don't hear from her more often in this chamber. With that, Mr. President, I thank you.
Honorable Senators, I think it's a good time for us to suspend, and we will suspend until 2 p.m. This sitting is now suspended until 2 p.m. Thanks. the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Housing, the Honorable Phillip Alexander.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute to this well-timed, very important piece of legislation. Before I get into the substance of my contribution, which I plan to keep short, although last time I kept my contribution short, somebody else jumped up after and talked some shippiness. So I need to be guided. I want to address some of the things that Senator Al-Rawi put in his contribution. And he said this bill reminded him of his bill, but he wasn't sure. Like when he couldn't recognize his own children and the high-powered weapons. He wasn't sure. Looked like it. Not a real thing.
Immediately on Standing Order 46-1. 4 and 6 as well. Forgive me.
Listen, I don't think that we should bring members' children into debates. Okay? So be guided. Let's continue, please.
I am guided.
Yeah.
Mr. President, I am guided. But like every bill that we've brought to the Parliament recently, he gets up and the senator gets up and claims ownership, that he wrote them, or he wrote something like them, claiming paternity for the bills, and then abandoning them. I think that makes him a deadbeat attorney general. Failure to maintain and support your own bill. But I know they're excited about this parole bill because some of them may need to access it. Mr. President, I also heard him say that certain jurisdictions are canceling visas, but he didn't mention some of the 1% visas that were recently canceled. And I think he should be guided that at some point I will be able to deliver, like my colleagues, Senator Naked and Senator Roberts. I am a very good speaker, but as the Prime Minister said, you still get some butterflies when you're new to the Senate. Mr. President, the transformative power of replacing fear and despair with hope will change the way prisoners view a prison sentence going forward. A door into a prison will be faced with the open door on the other end, controlled by your own behavior, and that will make a marked difference in the way prisoners do time. The PNM had an opportunity for 10 years and passed every other type of bill, but bills that would have helped the downtrodden in society, those dispossessed and left with no option but a life of crime. The PNM failed to address this. This bill opens the door for us to treat with how we operate our nation's prisons. Those who don't have access to parole at all should be kept separate and apart from those with hope, so that hope will bloom in these prisons and create opportunities for those prisoners, the opportunity to better themselves, to take root. These things matter. Changing the way we transport prisoners. PNM had no interest in that. The PNM wanted to enrich their friends and finances. Now we have the opportunity to put the courts inside the prisons and change that and save billions of dollars paid to PNM 1% financiers. We need to stop hiding from the truth and lying to yourselves. Take paternity for the conditions of this society. The PNM is responsible. The PNM is the father of lies. The PNM is a deadbeat father. The PNM that had the opportunity to create lives of hope for all of its supporters and followers who make up the largest cross-section of people affected by crime in this country and contribute to bottom-rung violent crime. The PNM is a classic absentee father. The PNM did not stand up for its role. It called itself the father of the nation and then abandoned its children. Mr. President, I want to approach this bill strictly from the massive potential for societal modification it represents. This parole bill will change how justice is done in this country forever. It will change how crime and punishment is perceived. It will remove the hopelessness of a guilty verdict that fuels the university of criminal indoctrination in our prisons. If, from the moment of sentencing, convicted persons could be given something to work towards, it will have a massive impact on their stay in prison. Parole is a lifeline, a way back, something to work towards, and it will change how prisoners do time. Being able to benefit from good behavior will transform life in our prisons for those incarcerated and for the officers who guard them. It will literally lighten the load and create a sense of hope where only despair reigned before. And it will dramatically reduce recidivism. Prisoners out on parole would be motivated to alter their behavior, their choices. Keeping jobs as a means to stay out of prison will change how persons treat their jobs. Behavior modification will be a solid benefit as persons now vested with some semblance of control of their futures will be motivated to make better choices. What is instructive is the other side's failure to complete the work started prior to 2015 or to bring a bill of their own. Our suite of bills brought in this first year has shown a government willing to lift this country from the bottom up, to govern for those most exposed, those least protected and abandoned by the PNM. 10 years was more than enough time. Yet all we get bill in, bill out is advice from persons who did not care to try or coulda, woulda, shoulda. Claiming ownerships for writing bills but failing to pass them. Using their contributions here not to assist in helping fix the messes they made, but to attack and disrespect, to deflect from their decade of failure. Mr. President, no one bill that I have seen has a greater chance to transform and reduce crime, criminal activity in this country like this one. The effect on the revolving door of justice alone will be staggering. In countries that use a parole system, the impact is clear. It's time to turn our prisons into redevelopment and rehabilitation institutions rather than strictly punitive. Recidivism, what is that? Is that wrong? I've been practicing. Mr. President, this bill is not just timely. It is long overdue. This is fixing it. This is vision-led leadership and real governance. The Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bissessar has demonstrated what people-led government is supposed to be. This is not about releasing prisoners. This is managing offenders through transformation of lives by creating a system of supervised personal responsibility. That one thing is critical to the redevelopment of a strata of society with nowhere to go. This gives persons whose lives have run off the rails a way back to full contributing member of society. This removes the human resource to gangs and organized crime. It will have a massive impact on the much maligned hotspots that have been begging for a rescue. And it will contribute significantly to the better country we have all said we've always known that we've always needed to be first world and developed. This bill begins the process of taking us there. And that is why every thinking, feeling, caring person in this society should support it. And with those few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Melanie Roberts-Radgman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, that was quick indeed. Now, Mr. President, a few opening remarks before I get into. There's only 3 areas that I would touch on in this bill to leave room for others to make their observations. Now, Mr. President, we on this side, we serve at the pleasure of a political leader, an opposition leader, who always reminds us that we will support good legislation. She makes no bones about the business of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So that when we come to this Senate to debate, and when we come to deliberate on pieces of legislation, and when we offer critiques and recommendations, and when Senator Al-Rawi, SC, files amendments and we go through the committee stage, understand that we are not doing it for the fun of it. We do it because we take what we do here very seriously. And we want to know that when we pass a piece of legislation in this Senate, that it is passed in the best interest of the country. It is not an effort in futility. It's not about fun and games. It's not about fancy rhetoric. It's not about throwing jabs. It's about making sure that we are legislating effectively, we are legislating well, and that we can leave here knowing that we have done our duty to this country. So it really bothers me sometimes when I hear speakers on the other side believe that we should simply come and act as rubber stamps. When we say, this is good, we support the intention of a piece of legislation, we understand the purpose behind it, but here's how we can make it better, or here's some shortcomings. It really bothers me to hear that, or to see that the government expects that we will not look at these pieces of legislation with a critical eye, that we should just sit down and allow shoddy pieces of legislation or pieces of legislation that require work to just slip through. There is a reason why we undertake the exercise that we are currently exercising. And I personally reject any attempts at usurping the role of this parliament, especially when we sometimes have to sit through contributions that have been clearly drafted by ChatGPT. We will continue to do our jobs, and we will do it very, very well. Now, that being said, Mr. President, there are 3 areas that I need to touch on in this debate. The first area has to do with the eligibility criteria for parole. Now, Section 20 of the bill sets out when a prisoner can actually be considered for parole. And the section basically creates 2 categories. So you have offenders that are serving life sentences, and then you have offenders who are serving fixed-term sentences, so a sentence of maybe 20 years, 10 years inside. And then the section sets out 2 types of parole. So you have your partial and you have your full parole. And I wouldn't go into mechanics of it because the minister would have clearly explained it when he piloted. But what I want to do is explore the policy implications that we are toying with here. Now, this is a very generous parole structure that is in front of us by way of this bill, and it raises concerns about the leniency of the bill itself. So a person who is in prison for life, for instance, they're able to access parole after 15 to 20 years. A person with a fixed-term sentence can receive a substantial release after only serving a part of their sentence. And maybe to understand the leniency, we need to put some figures to this section. So let's say that a person commits an offense and he gets 20 years inside. After serving maybe about only 5, he could potentially be granted partial parole, and then after serving about 10 years, he gets full parole. And we have to be open and honest, and we have to deal with this thing in a realistic way. A man ain't getting sent to jail for life or for 20 years for a small offense. So in these cases, we're really talking about persons convicted of very serious and often very violent offenses. Now, here's where the policy confusion comes in. And I will try to be very narrow here so that I don't revive any previous debates. But last week, we went through a very rigorous exercise where we debated the rehabilitation of offenders legislation. And the government would have given a policy position, and it was a policy position that generally I would say all of us, all three benches, would have agreed with. And the policy position was that under that piece of legislation, serious offenses should be excluded. The understanding behind it was simple. There are certain offenses, and there are the sentences that they attract. They're just so heinous, they're just such a risk to society. The chances of rehabilitation is so high, or so unlikely, I should say, that those sentences should be considered ineligible for the bill's protections. And it's not the first time that we've seen that policy position come into play in pieces of legislation. A similar position has been taken, for instance, in the Bail Act. Yet today we are being asked to consider a piece of legislation that fails to carve out certain offenses from early release eligibility. Now, when we legislate, and I think I heard one speaker, maybe it was Senator Al-Rawi, speak about it, we need to legislate within the context of what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago. And the current context requires, in my opinion, the inclusion of explicit offense exclusions and enhanced eligibility thresholds within the bill itself. So that when the parole board decides to allow an offender, and often, as the bill is constructed, it might be very well a violent offender, back into society before that offender has served his full term, the decision can't just be about rehabilitating the offender. We have to balance the likelihood or the prospects of rehabilitation against the need to protect victims, the need to deter crime, and then, of course, the need to respect the legitimate expectations of the public. Because when a sentence is handed down, the public sighs a bit, they breathe an air of relief. They say, yes, justice has been served. So there is some expectation that is usually developed by the public when an offender has been sentenced. Now, I would say in our current climate, these three concerns, protection of victims, deterrence of crime, and respecting the legitimate expectations of the public, these, to some extent, outweigh the likelihood of rehabilitation. For me, my difficulty in supporting this bill wholeheartedly in its current form comes from this broad eligibility for parole, based primarily on how much time has elapsed. So you're looking at the passage of time more so than the risk, the safety risk that parole poses to society. I believe that leaving the eligibility criteria this broad is offensive to our lived reality, it's offensive to victims of crime, and it is offensive to sound lawmaking. In its current form, there is no distinction in the bill between violent and non-violent offenders, no distinction between gang-related and ordinary offenders, or even sexual predators. And in particular, as pertains to sexual predators and gang members, we know that the likelihood of reoffending is very high. For sexual predators, we're talking about persons with psychological issues that sometimes can lie dormant, where the opportunities are scarce and then re-emerge the minute an opportunity arises. And then for gang offenders, a lot of times gang involvement is for life. So when you go through the legislation, you realize that it doesn't just exclude offenders convicted of the most serious crimes from accelerated eligibility, and for me that is really concerning. Any decent and civilized criminal justice system must recognize that you cannot have identical parole treatment for every category of crime. And I noted that when Senator Al-Rawi referred to the 2022 version of the bill, he mentioned that in that bill was devised in a way where the sentencing judge had discretion to deny an offender any opportunity for future parole. this is one way to deal with my concern here. Another way is to preserve the possibility of rehabilitation, but also recognize that there are very real distinctions between different categories of offenders. And when the minister piloted, actually, he used the term masking criminality, and he mentioned, sometimes you have prisoners who mask their criminality. They haven't necessarily changed, they haven't necessarily been rehabilitated, but they pretend, they put on a facade in order to get reduced sentences. And he mentioned the need for rehabilitation programs within the prison system. I don't know that that necessarily alleviates these concerns. I strongly believe that the same masking could easily occur even where an offender participates in this program. You just wait out your time, you behave, and the temptation and the opportunity to even reoffend, it doesn't exist when you're locked up inside. You start seeing the issues when you come outside. So that what I am suggesting is not overly restrictive or it's not unheard of. Other jurisdictions have recognized and they have legislated based on these types of distinctions. So all offenses aren't grouped or treated the same way. Canada, for instance, their parole law differentiates between different categories of offenders. And then in the UK again, where I went and combat more PNM than PNM itself, they also tie eligibility for parole based on sentence type and the seriousness of the offense that was committed. So that you see offenders who were convicted of serious, violent, and sexual crimes, they are treated differently from ordinary fixed-term prisoners. And the distinction, it makes sense, and it really and truly should have gone without saying. The policy behind this piece of legislation needs to take into account the fact that not all risks are equal. It was given consideration last week, so I know it's something that's on the government's mind, and I propose that it be given consideration even as we deliberate this bill. One of the most dangerous assumptions we can make while we are contemplating this bill is to think that every offender presents the same reintegration profile. They do not. This bill should not be drafted around the timelines. The sensible thing to do is to draft the bill around calibrated risk. The policy position, it was already placed on the table. It was placed on the table right next to a unified acknowledgement of the gravity of the crime situation in this country. Some offenses, in my opinion, are just so serious in their social impact that we are entitled, right here in this parliament, we have the authority to impose stricter parole consequences. When you think about offenses like gang executions, rape, for me, murder of children, those offenses and others fall squarely within that category. Look at the context in which we're dealing right now. Look at how many murders of children we've experienced recently. Right now in Tobago, actually throughout the country, we're holding our breaths, waiting to hear something about another child. But so far, the information being released is grim and it's pointing in a certain direction. The fact is that some crimes, they're just more heinous than others, and we cannot bundle them all into the same two eligibility categories. Exclusions are needed. We cannot leave it up to the parole board to preserve the proportionality. We cannot sit here, pass an overly lenient or an overly permissive parole framework and then expect the parole board to now do the heavy lifting. We cannot dilute the punishment imposed by the court, then expect the public to have faith in the criminal justice system. We need to make sure that when we carry out this exercise, we need to make sure as we sit in the Senate that we sort out this bill so that it works well alongside the policy positions that form the backdrop for the criminal rights bill last week and also for the criminal records legislation that we also passed last week. So as pertains to this first area, Mr. President, my recommendations are simple. One, we amend the bill having due regard for the overriding statutory principle that public safety is the paramount consideration. That should be the first thing that we're considering. The second recommendation is that we include express exclusion categories for specified offense, or we go with Senator Al-Rawi's recommendation for the sentencing judge to be able to have the discretion to remove any future possibility of parole. And then 3, we include enhanced minimum custodial periods for violent crimes. So rather than treat them within one category, we make the distinction of crimes that, offenses that are excluded from eligibility, or we simply give the judge, the sentencing judge at the time of sentencing, the discretion to decide, all right, so no, this offense, there's no possibility for parole. Now, the second area that I want to touch on, Mr. President, concerns the rights of victims under Section 40, subsection 8 of the bill. It says, the board shall consider at all its proceedings the concerns of victims or the relatives of the victims, but the concerns of a victim or the relatives of the victim shall not be the sole determinant or overriding factor in determining whether or not to recommend the grant of parole to an offender. Now, I would have heard previous speakers touch a bit on the victim rights, the impact that this section and other sections in the bill, the impact that those sections, or at least how those sections interact with the rights of victims. And I suspect that the idea here in including this language under Section 40, subsection 8, was to be able to preserve the parole board's discretion. But again, I believe that there's a conflicting policy position, especially when we think about the context within which we debated the bill last week. And I would have heard the minister himself, he actually acknowledged it because he mentioned, in his piloting, the importance of a victim in getting things off their chest, or being able to get an apology from an offender, or being able to face the offender after sentencing, after the offender has served some time. And he also spoke about the victim being a part of the healing process. But under this section, basically victims have a say, and it's a procedural say really, but the reality is that an offender would still be granted, or might still be granted parole, even where a victim strongly objects, or where a family has stated in the parole hearing that they're fearful of retaliation. Now, what this does is that it drastically diminishes the rights or the weight of the concerns being brought forward by victims. And again, we need to think about this within the context in which we are legislating. We are facing high incidence of violent crimes. We've had ministers who have spoken very openly about having knowledge of reprisal killings. There's a high incidence of repeat offending happening across the country. Witness intimidation is a serious concern. So then how do we accept this clause, which actually serves to undermine the legislative philosophy that undermines the rights of victims in criminal matters? So is it that we're really going to have a victim come in, or have the family of a victim come in? They provide emotional statements, they relive the traumatic events, they describe to the parole board how fearful they are, and then only to be told that the law itself very much limits how influential those concerns can be. To an extent, this seems like secondary victimization. It seems like emotional frustration, and it very much erodes the confidence in the justice system. What this clause does, this section 40, subsection 8, is that it weakens the practical effectiveness of victims' rights. Now, parole is definitely one of the most emotionally significant stages of the criminal justice process, even for a victim. They've given evidence when the offense is still fresh or fairly fresh. They've attended court, they've assisted the police, they've asked for updates, they've received maybe support services, and the offender is finally behind bars. And then a few short years later, the victim is notified that the offender is eligible for parole and might be released. And just as the victim is starting to heal, just as they're starting to maybe resume normal life, just as they're starting to think that they're safe, they're called back in to attend this hearing if they want to, or to provide an affidavit and submit if they don't want to be a part of the hearing. But then their concerns, their participation is only afforded limited weight. So that my amendments, my suggestion, in order to strike the right balance, because I understand that the board needs to be able to maintain a certain level of discretion in how it weighs several considerations in determining whether or not an offender is eligible for full parole. So that my suggestion here is similar to the first suggestion. So that rather than treating all applications, all matters, all cases the same, you impose a differentiated approach. So for your non-violent offenses, the victim concerns can be one factor among many. So the current wording in section 40, subsection 40, that would work for non-violent offenses. But then for your seriously violent offenses, such as your gang-related offenses, the board now has to give substantial weight. So you remove that language that said it can't be the main consideration, it can't be the deciding factor. But the board gives substantial weight to victim safety, to ongoing trauma, to intimidation concerns, to community concerns, that these kind of concerns as expressed by the victims or relatives of the victims, that these be given considerable weight. So they be given heightened influence. And then in addition to this, even if in these circumstances the board still decides to grant parole despite serious victim objections, the board should then be made to explain in writing its decision, including its decision for still going ahead with its decision, its reason for still going ahead with its decision, as well as demonstrate in writing that the objections raised by victims were genuinely considered. And it's not out of reach, because there is a provision in the bill that allows where someone has an interest and would like to participate in the hearing and they're rejected or denied the opportunity to do so, the board already gives written reasons. So in much the same way, where a victim strongly objects to parole, but the board still makes a determination that an offender is eligible for parole, the reasons for doing so should be provided to the victim in writing, as well as some sort of demonstration that, yes, we have considered the victim's concerns, the victim's objections. So you give the victim's participation, the victim's rights in this process, you give it additional weight. Now, the final area that I want to touch on is section 35, which tells the board what it may consider at a full parole hearing. Now, this section 35 is quite comprehensive, admittedly. It includes the seriousness of the offense, sentencing remarks, offender submissions, public safety concerns, and then generally the board is given broad discretion. I did note, however, that there is no specific mention of statements or affidavits provided by victims included in this section in terms of the considerations for the board. And that's strange, considering that the previous clause I just spoke about, which was clause 40, subsection 8, requires the board to consider the concerns of victims generally. And yes, under this section 35, where the considerations for the board are listed, there is subsection F, which says, any information provided by a parole officer or any other person with an interest in the outcome of an application for parole. But I strongly believe that victim participation should appear directly within the hearing framework itself. So that should be given its own, its own mention in the listing under section 35. Whether you're saying victim statements, victim impact statement, victim affidavits, whatever it is, every oral evidence given by the victim, it should be explicitly listed in that section 35 list of considerations to be taken into account by the board during the full parole hearing. Now, in addition to this, this section 35 treats all considerations as if they're equal and as if they should really hold the same weight, when really and truly there should be a hierarchy of sorts. So the more trivial considerations should really and truly not be treated similarly to, let's say, for instance, heavier considerations like public safety concerns. And I said it earlier in my contribution, and I'll say it here again, public safety needs to be paramount. So when you start thinking about factors such as the likelihood of violent reoffending, your victim's safety and nature of the offense, these should be considered paramount factors and these should be given more weight. And then you have factors such as rehabilitation, prison conduct, how they participate in the rehabilitation program, how remorseful the offender is, treatment completion, and even plans for reintegration. You will consider those to be important factors. So they sit a tier below your paramount factors. And then you have other factors such as employment prospects, your family support, and personal circumstances. All these sort of factors that are listed in Part B of the schedule, these should now be considered supporting factors and maybe given a little less weight. So Section 35 is good in that it identifies the factors that the board needs to take into consideration during a full parole hearing, but it's still lacking in that it fails to establish which of these factors should really take priority. There needs to be some sort of weighting of the various considerations. So that in order to improve the bill, in order to make sure that we are honoring, respecting, and having due regard for victims' rights, again, you need to very clearly articulate a hierarchy. So now the amendments in this section, they're quite simple as well. For victim participation, you simply include a line item that says any written or oral victim impact statement or representations made by a victim or relative of a victim. And then to address the hierarchy of considerations, you include language that expressly state that the protection of the public shall be the paramount consideration in determining whether or not parole should be granted. In closing, Mr. President, I'll say this. This is the type of legislation that, because of how broad it is, what it purports to do, it lends itself to quite a bit of feedback. But for me, these are the three areas that really stands out for me, taking into consideration the policy positions that we legislated of late. We have to legislate, we have to tie this bill back to those other policy positions that we would have considered just a week ago. So my three thoughts: we relook the eligibility criteria, ensuring that we create distinct categories of offenses with certain offenses being excluded. We impose a tiered approach to how much weight we give to victim concerns, with heavier weight attaching more to serious violent offenses. And then 3, we need to prioritize the factors being considered during a full parole hearing, with victim statements explicitly featuring as one of these factors. Mr. President, with those suggestions, I bring my contribution to a close, and I thank you.
Senator Dr. Marlene Attzs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise this afternoon to contribute to this debate on the Parole Bill 2026. And I wish to say from the outset that I support the broad direction and philosophy underpinning this legislation, and I congratulate the government for bringing this bill to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, my contribution moves away from the legal framework. I know we have a lot of legal minds with us in the Senate, and we have benefited from and will continue to benefit from their insight in terms of the issues contained in the bill. So I wish to focus a little bit on the socioeconomic dimensions and implications of this bill including some of the institutional implications for criminal justice reform in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, this bill forces us to confront a difficult but necessary national conversation, a conversation around what exactly is the purpose of imprisonment in a modern society, and whether or not prison is merely about punishment. Is it simply about locking away people? Or must we include in the conversation questions around rehabilitation, reintegration, and ultimately reducing the likelihood of future offending? I think this bill is forcing us to have this honest and mature conversation because the reality is most prisoners eventually return to society unless they die in prison. And this morning, in presenting the bill, the Honourable Minister provided some data on the levels of recidivism that we are seeing in our prisons in Trinidad and Tobago. So the question is not whether offenders come back into society. The real question is whether they return angry, disconnected, institutionalized, and more deeply criminalized, or whether they return supervised, rehabilitated, monitored, and better prepared to function as law-abiding citizens. And in that regard, Mr. President, I believe this legislation reflects an important philosophical evolution in our national criminal justice policy. For decades, many prison systems around the world operated on the belief that incarceration alone somehow transformed behavior. But increasingly, international evidence suggests otherwise. In fact, under certain conditions, prisons themselves can become environments that reinforce criminal networks, deepen social alienation, and entrench behavioral dysfunction. That is why more modern criminal justice systems have gradually shifted towards structured rehabilitation, supervised release, reintegration programs, and post-incarceration monitoring. These shifts are not because they are soft on crime, but because they recognize that public safety is perhaps best served not merely by punishment, but by reducing the likelihood of reoffending. And that, Mr. President, is where I believe this bill has some merit. One of the strongest arguments in favor of this legislation is the current reality of our Trinidad and Tobago prison system itself. A few weeks ago, as reported in the national media, the Minister of Justice himself warned that overcrowded prisons are a sitting time bomb. A sitting time bomb, Mr. President. In doing some research for this debate, I found an IDB UWI St. Augustine prison survey from around 2020. And that research validates the statement made by the Minister of Justice. The findings from that survey of Trinidad and Tobago prisons are deeply troubling. It is reported that overcrowding at the remand prison exceeded 80% by some measures. 22% of inmates reported being attacked or beaten in prisons. Almost 12% of prisoners interviewed witnessed sexual violence against inmates, and approximately 39% of inmates admitted to drug or alcohol use within the prison itself. Those are not merely uncomfortable statistics, Mr. President, but they should alarm us all. Because prisons are not meant to be environments where violence, addiction, gang networks, and social deterioration intensifies. One of the most striking things I encountered while looking at some of the international research on alternatives to imprisonment is that the global conversation has evolved significantly beyond the simplistic idea that more imprisonment automatically equals more public safety. In fact, Mr. President, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime makes a rather profound point. That UN agency notes that imprisonment should never simply be taken for granted as the natural response to crime, because there is, surprisingly, little evidence that increasing imprisonment necessarily improves public safety. Because sometimes in public discourse, we create the impression that the only serious response to crime is longer incarceration, more detention, and more imprisonment. But the international evidence increasingly suggests that overcrowded prisons can themselves become counterproductive. The other point to note from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and which we may already know intuitively, but it's always good to underscore, is that prisons are enormously expensive institutions to operate, not only because of the direct costs of construction, staffing, feeding, healthcare, and security, but also because of the indirect social costs associated with overcrowding, disease transmission, violence, and failed reintegration. In fact, the UN Office for Drugs and Crime says the indirect costs of imprisonment reach far beyond the individuals serving time, and some of these indirect costs create multi-generational economic, social, and public health detriments to the wider society. The UN further suggests that most prisoners will eventually return to society, many without the skills necessary to reintegrate into lawful community life. And that stayed with me. That particular line stayed with me. That it is not a good return on the national investment given the amount of money spent keeping someone incarcerated. I believe this captures the central dilemma facing every modern criminal justice system. If prison merely isolates people temporarily, but returns them to society more alienated, more institutionalized, and less employable, then over time the state may actually be reproducing the very social conditions that contribute to repeat offending. To be clear, this does not mean abandoning punishment, and it certainly does not mean compromising public safety. What it does mean is recognizing that different categories of offending may require different correctional responses if the objective is genuinely to reduce future harm and recidivism. Because if incarceration alone solved crime, then overcrowded prisons would be producing the safest societies in the world. And that is clearly not what the evidence is showing. In many respects, Mr. President, prisons are mirrors reflecting wider failures elsewhere in society, such as educational exclusion, substance abuse, youth marginalization, and family instability. And if prisons merely warehouse individuals without rehabilitation or reintegration support, then we should not be surprised when recidivism persists. Mr. President, this bill attempts to intervene in that cycle, and importantly, it does not do so recklessly. This legislation does not simply open prison gates and send people back into society unsupervised. Quite the contrary. The bill establishes a structured parole architecture involving judicial oversight, a parole board, rehabilitation requirements, psychological evaluations, work release systems, electronic monitoring, curfews, drug testing, mandatory reporting obligations, and ongoing supervision. Because parole, as envisaged under this bill, is not freedom without accountability, it is supervised reintegration. Indeed, one of the aspects of the bill that I found particularly thoughtful was the staged parole process. Partial parole after 1/4 of the sentence and full parole after 1/2, subject to successful completion of the earlier phase. And partial parole itself involves structured work release systems and supervised rehabilitation arrangements. Why is that important? In my respectful view, one of the greatest weaknesses in many criminal justice systems is that individuals spend years isolated from society disconnected from employment, disconnected from responsibility, disconnected from structure, and then one day we simply release them and hope for the best. Mr. President, I'm not much of a movie enthusiast, but one of my favorite movies is The Shawshank Redemption. A lot of interesting plots in that movie, but perhaps one of the most relevant plots in relation to this bill is when Brooks, and I see the Honorable Senator Chote and Maharaj nodding in agreement, when Brooks, an elderly inmate who spent 50 years in prison, Brooks is released on parole. And poor Brooks, his life, 50 years was in prison. So you release Brooks on parole, and Brooks has to struggle to adapt to society. He becomes deeply alienated, he becomes depressed, and ultimately, tragically commits suicide in his halfway house. The bill before us, Mr. President, attempts instead to create a gradual transition back into society, and I think there is wisdom in that. Mr. President, I also found the Jamaican experience instructive in helping me to look at our bill. Jamaica's parole framework recognizes that parole is not simply early release. It is an entire ecosystem involving supervision, psychological assessment, rehabilitation, risk management, and post-release monitoring. Importantly, parole in Jamaica is only granted where authorities are satisfied that rehabilitation has occurred and that release does not endanger society. That is a very important principle, because public confidence in any parole system depends entirely on whether citizens believe that risk is being responsibly managed. And this bill repeatedly attempts to strike that balance between rehabilitation and public protection. Mr. President, I said from the outset that I support the philosophy and direction of this legislation. And while that is my stated position, I also believe that we in the Parliament have a responsibility to ask difficult implementation and fiscal questions. Increasingly, I have a concern, Mr. President, that we are entering an era of legislation that risks becoming stillborn in implementation. Laws passed with ambitious and worthy intentions, but without the institutional ecosystem necessary to bring them fully to life. And this concern I have is not unique to this bill. Over the course of this first session of the 13th Parliament, we have debated and passed a substantial body of criminal justice, security, and policing legislation. Firearms reform, bail amendments, victims as legislation, anti-gangs provision. Many of these measures have benefits and merits individually. But collectively, Mr. President, we should be mindful that the implementation burden can become enormous, because every law requires people, every law requires systems, every law requires training, every law requires monitoring, every law requires technology, and every law requires recurring expenditure. And we should really ask the difficult question, can we afford to implement all of these simultaneously? Mr. President, I checked with the Parliament's Library and Archiving Unit, and of the 26 or so bills we've debated, at least 7 of them carry explicit national security, law enforcement, or criminal justice implications. Just last week, we looked at the Victims' Rights Bill, as well as the Criminal Records Bills, and earlier we looked at home invasion, to name a few, and now we're looking at the Parole Bill. Again, individually, all of these have merit. But collectively, they place expanding demands on the same already stretched institutional ecosystem. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service, the Judiciary, the DPP's office, probation services, forensic services, rehabilitation systems, and broader correctional infrastructure. So the issue before us is not simply whether reform is desirable. The larger issue is whether the staffing levels, the fiscal resources, the operational capacity, and institutional coordination required to sustain these reforms are expanding at the same pace as the legislation itself, because the laws cannot implement themselves. Every single law we debate and pass in the Senate creates downstream demands on institutions that are already under pressure. Every new criminal offense requires investigation. Every enhanced police power generates evidentiary burdens. Every new detention framework generates constitutional oversight demands. Every expanded monitoring system requires technology, personnel, and maintenance. And, Mr. President, we must also speak honestly about the operational implications for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service itself. When parole conditions are breached, when electronic monitoring systems are triggered, when curfews are violated, when offenders abscond, when risk assessments change, someone must respond, and very often that response falls back onto the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So this bill does not merely create obligations for parole officers and the courts, but it creates downstream operational demands on an already stretched police service. A police service that is managing manpower constraints, high homicide rates, balancing investigations, intelligence operations, court attendance, and administrative burdens. So, Mr. President, when we legislate increasingly sophisticated criminal justice frameworks, we must also ask whether the operational institutions responsible for enforcing those frameworks are being expanded at the same pace. Because if the supervision systems are weak, if monitoring responses are delayed, if enforcement capacity becomes overstretched, then public confidence in parole itself may be undermined. And that is why implementation capacity across the entire criminal justice ecosystem matters profoundly. Mr. President, my concern becomes even more significant when viewed against the recent warning issued by the Director of Public Prosecutions regarding staffing shortages affecting the criminal justice system. The DPP, Director of Public Prosecutions, has warned publicly that staffing constraints within his office, threaten the effective functioning of the expanding criminal court framework. And I think that warning deserves very serious attention in this debate. Because the issue is not merely whether we have physical courtroom space, the issue is whether we have enough prosecutors, enough investigators, enough judicial officers, enough probation officers, enough forensic personnel, enough administrative support, enough trained staff across the entire ecosystem required to sustain the criminal justice architecture that we are building. The prison service faces overcrowding and staffing challenges. And now the DPP's office is warning about resource constraints affecting criminal court operations. Yet simultaneously, we in Parliament continue to create, through the bills we pass, new hearings, new compliance procedures, new monitoring systems, new applications, new enforcement obligations, new reporting requirements, and now under this bill, an entirely new parole administration structure. Implementation ought not to be treated as a side issue because it is the central issue. And that is why I believe, Mr. President, Parliament must increasingly evolve towards a culture where major legislation is accompanied not merely by policy aspiration, but by detailed implementation roadmaps. What are the staffing implications? What are the recurring costs? What are the technology requirements? What interagency coordination systems exist? What training programs are required? And critically, are these institutions ready to provide the support that is required of them? The transformative power of these laws requires institutions capable of sustaining those laws in practical terms. Mr. President, let us be clear. Criminal justice policy is not cost-free. Every prison bed costs money. Every remand inmate costs money. Every prison officer costs money. Every court delay costs money. Every repeat offender costs money. Every failed rehabilitation effort costs money. And every victim of repeat crime imposes economic and social costs at the individual level, at the state level, and also at the societal level. The issue is not whether parole costs money. Of course it does. The suite of measures outlined in the bill will cost money. But, Mr. President, one of the important realities of this bill is that parole is not a cheap option. Incarceration is expensive, but effective parole systems also require substantial investment. As I mentioned, the bill creates an entirely new parole board structure, an administrative secretariat, parole officers, rehabilitation assessments, psychological evaluation, supervision systems, and an expanded judicial process. So the issue is not whether reform costs money, the issue is whether we are prepared to properly resource the reform. Because an under-resourced parole system can become ineffective, overwhelmed, and potentially dangerous. The question, to my mind, is whether structured parole and supervised reintegration may ultimately be less socially and fiscally costly than overcrowded incarceration and repeated recidivism. And I believe that the mature policy conversation we now need to have is just that, because overcrowded prison conditions themselves are enormously expensive to maintain. We must also acknowledge, Mr. President, the human strain placed on prison officers themselves. Overcrowded prisons affect the officers tasked with maintaining order, safety, and security within increasingly pressured environments. As inmate populations rise, prison officers face heavier workloads, higher stress levels, increased security risks, greater exposure to violence, mental fatigue, and operational burnout. And when staffing levels do not expand proportionately, the strain on existing officers intensifies further. And that has implications not only for prison management, but also for morale, retention, institutional effectiveness, and ultimately public safety itself. Mr. President, the conversation around the cost of maintaining our prisons is not abstract. It has been reported that more than $5.2 billion was allocated to Trinidad and Tobago's prison system between 2016 and 2023 alone. The annual allocations ranged from about $517 million in 2020 to approximately $750 million in 2019. And for the current budget cycle, public expenditures, the draft estimates, place prisons expenditures at approximately, the allocation at approximately $760 million, with additional development funding for prison infrastructure and vehicles. So when we speak about overcrowded prisons, we are not speaking about a low-cost status quo or something abstract. We are already spending hundreds of millions of dollars every year on incarceration. So the question is whether that spending is producing safer communities, lower recidivism, and better rehabilitation outcomes. And I think the answer is no, because the minister himself indicated that many of the rehabilitation efforts in our prisons to date are undertaken by non-governmental organizations. So the question is not how much we are spending, but the outcomes that we are buying. And when our overcrowded prisons contribute to violence, to gang consolidation, to mental health deterioration, and to repeat offending, then our society ultimately pays twice. First for the incarceration itself, and then again through recidivism and future crime. And in a country as small as ours, with limited fiscal space, every dollar absorbed by inefficient incarceration is a dollar available for education, is a dollar unavailable for education, youth development, mental health services, social intervention, and community crime prevention. And that is why this debate is not simply about compassion or about leniency, it is also about the economic sustainability and institutional effectiveness. Mr. President, I respectfully submit that the success of this bill will depend entirely on implementation capacity. And that is where I believe the government must now be extremely honest about how we implement this bill. Do we currently have enough psychologists and psychiatrists within the public system? Do we have trained parole officers? Do we have enough rehabilitation specialists? Do we have enough technological infrastructure? Do we have enough community-based support systems? Because a parole system will only be successful where the rehabilitation systems exist before release. And this bill itself makes rehabilitation participation a condition for parole eligibility. But if rehabilitation opportunities are unevenly available because of overcrowding, staff shortages, or institutional weakness, then access to parole itself risks being uneven. We ought to ensure that criminal justice reform is coordinated, properly resourced, and capable of delivering real outcomes and public confidence. Because if supervision fails, if monitoring systems break down, if rehabilitation programs are underfunded or parole officers become overwhelmed, public trust in rehabilitation itself may erode. And once that trust is eroded, the pressure inevitably grows for more punitive approaches. So we back full circle to locking them up. So I think we deserve the country the opportunity to get this right, and that means that we should increasingly move beyond debating legislation only in terms of aspiration and principle. Notwithstanding those concerns, I lend support for the broad direction of this bill because I believe the status quo itself has become unsustainable. Overcrowded prisons are unsustainable, purely punitive incarceration is unsustainable, high recidivism is unsustainable, and releasing offenders after years of incarceration with no structured reintegration is certainly unsustainable. As I close, Mr. President, I see the challenge before us today as not whether parole sounds progressive in theory. The challenge, rather, is whether Trinidad and Tobago is prepared institutionally, administratively, and financially to make reform work in practice. Because ultimately, criminal justice reform is not simply about punishment. It is about reducing future harm. It is about reducing repeat offending. It is about reducing the long-term costs to society and creating a justice system capable not only of punishing wrongdoing, but of preventing its repetition. Mr. President, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate.
Senator Dr. Desirée Marie, please.
Mr. President, thank you for recognizing me. I rise to make my contribution on the Parole Bill 2026. I note that in moving the bill, the Honorable Minister of Justice credited a former Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration with recommending the introduction of a parole system. So, Honorable Minister, through you, Mr. President, the wheels of justice turn slowly but grind exceedingly fine. And I congratulate you on bringing the bill. Two additional related pieces of legislation have already been debated in this Senate. The Probation of Offenders Amendment Bill 2026 was debated on 1st April, and that bill introduced a split sentencing which combines a defined period of incarceration with a subsequent term of supervised probation, allowing offenders to reintegrate into society while receiving structured support. The concept of probation aligns with the philosophy that a period of imprisonment followed by a structured period of supervised release is more likely to result in genuine rehabilitation than either a bare custodial sentence or an unsupported release into the community. And just last week, the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill 2026 was debated. That bill introduced a legislative framework to deem certain criminal convictions as having ceased in legal effect and accordingly expunges the conviction from a person's criminal record, provided the person satisfies the relevant statutory requirements. It effectively gives individuals a clean slate. The bill being debated today, the Parole Bill 2026, seeks to establish an independent parole board of Trinidad and Tobago that will oversee the conditional, supervised early release of offenders who have served a portion of their sentence and demonstrate rehabilitation. The interpretation clause, clause 3, defines offender. It states, offender means a person who is sentenced to serve a term of imprisonment of 10 years or more, including a life sentence. This contrasts sharply with the definition of offender in the Victims' Rights Bill, which defines offender as an individual who is or was charged with an offense or convicted of an offense, aligning with the Interpretation Act and with the government's stated policy. So my question is, which definition governs? This is particularly relevant in respect to Section 23 of the Parole Bill. When our statute book uses the word offender in a manner that encompasses persons who have not been convicted, that is, an individual who is or was charged with an offense, while at the same time referring to persons sentenced to 10 years or more, does it exclude prisoners sentenced to less than 10 years? Or does it exclude prisoners on remand from having their rehabilitation needs assessed and participating in the rehabilitation process? The remedy seems simple. The terms suspect and accused should be used in pre-conviction provisions, and offender should be used in post-conviction provisions. And there should be clear legislation governing these different categories. Having said that, all three bills represent a progressive step toward the rehabilitation of offenders and the decongestion of the prison system, and address in different ways the question of how the state should deal with persons caught up in the criminal justice process. But the three bills mentioned are largely concerned with the management of offenders beyond the prison system to reduce recidivism. My submission is that none of them can be complete and none of them can be truly just if they are silent on the crisis of the remand population. I do not oppose the principle of conditional probation, parole, and expungement of criminal records. Community supervision and a fresh start, where appropriate, are worthy instruments of justice. However, there is a category of persons who stand to be overshadowed, indeed forgotten, by this legislation: the men and women who languish on remand, unconvicted, unsentenced, and yet confined. If decongestion of our prison system is one of the policy objectives of these bills, then remand inmates should have our full attention, as they comprise 2/3 of the prison population. My principal concern is that with the passage of this bill, a person who has been convicted of an offense, tried, found guilty, and sentenced may be released on parole into the community ahead of a prisoner on remand who has not yet been tried, who has not been found guilty, and who is at law presumed innocent. That ought to give every senator in this chamber pause. We are contemplating releasing persons whose guilt has been established before releasing persons whose guilt has not been established. There's something fundamentally troubling about that sequence. Let me put it plainly. Prisoners on remand deserve to be treated with dignity. And I would think that they are more deserving of community supervision than convicted offenders, some of whom will become eligible for parole if this bill passes. Section 4D of the Constitution enshrines the right of the individual to equality of treatment from any public authority in the exercise of any functions. Would this be considered equal treatment? A 2020 academic paper on Trinidad and Tobago's remand system described the situation starkly as, and I quote, punishment without trial, unquote, and calling it, quote, akin to the criminalization of the presumption of innocence, unquote. Mr. President, when academic scholars use such language, this Senate must listen. A study by the Inter-American Development Bank, published in December 2020, highlights ways to increase public safety in the Caribbean by focusing on reducing pre-trial detentions and expanding rehabilitation and reintegration programs for incarcerated persons. The report analyzes survey data collected from both sentenced and remanded individuals in 6 Caribbean countries from 2016 to 2019: the Bahamas, Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. In these countries, the average prison population is 93% male, and the average age of inmates is just 33 years old. According to the study, unconvicted prisoners constitute a large portion of the prison population in the Caribbean. The study shows these pre-trial detainees spend an average of 2.5 to 4 years in prison before sentencing, often in worse conditions than those already convicted of a crime. Individuals in pre-trial detention were found to have experienced higher levels of victimization and violence compared to sentenced individuals. Pre-trial detainees reported higher rates of victimization in almost all countries under study, except for Barbados and Suriname. The presumption of innocence is not a legal technicality. It is and has been described by the United States Supreme Court as axiomatic and elementary to any system that calls itself just. Everyone charged with a criminal offense shall be presumed innocent until proved guilty according to law. That is not merely idealistic language. It carries real practical consequences. A person on remand has not been proved guilty. The state has not yet discharged its burden, and yet that person sits behind bars, sometimes for years, sometimes for more than a decade, in conditions indistinguishable from those of a convicted prisoner. The World Prison Brief recorded that in 2018, 59.7% of Trinidad and Tobago's prison population was on remand. More recently, reporting in August 2025 indicated that nearly 2/3 of our prison population, some 3,300 persons, were on remand awaiting trial. 2/3, Mr. President, 2/3 of the persons in our prisons have not been convicted of any offense. A 2023 Joint Select Committee report on national security noted that remanded prisoners were spending an average of 6 to 8 years awaiting trial. In June 2025, there was a report of a murder accused who had been waiting 14.5 years for his trial to begin. And in January 2026, a man who spent more than 14 years on remand for a murder charge saw the matter eventually dismissed. 14 years, Mr. President, for a charge that was dismissed. Sadly, these persons do not receive social support as they are released neither on probation or on parole. Remand prisoners face several challenges. In the absence of body-worn cameras by the police, it is their word against the police. The trial date is far into the future, and when it does come up, prisoners are sometimes not brought to court on their fixed dates. They are trapped in a system that has stalled, and the cost to the taxpayer, to justice, and above all to the human beings involved is enormous. In 2016, the then Attorney General disclosed that it cost the state almost $50 million per month to maintain some 2,235 remand prisoners. He also noted that 11% of remand prisoners had been waiting more than 10 years, and another 11% waiting between 5 and 10 years. Some persons have entered remand, waited for trial, and died before a judge or jury could determine their guilt or innocence. The Ombudsman has warned that many of these prisoners have served their so-called sentences by the time their matters were heard before the Court of Appeal, and they had not even been convicted. So, Mr. President, we cannot build a parole system for convicted prisoners while ignoring the 60+% of our prison population who have not been convicted. That would be a justice system that looks after those found guilty while abandoning those presumed innocent. The bail system must be given priority as the primary instrument through which we address the injustice visited upon remand prisoners. Bail is defined in our law as pre-trial release. It is the mechanism by which an unconvicted person is returned to the community pending the determination of their case. It is the law's own acknowledgement that a person who has not been found guilty should never, wherever possible, remain in prison. Yet, the bail system in Trinidad and Tobago is not functioning as it should. It is too complex, too inaccessible, and too poorly understood by the very persons it is designed to serve. The judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago has produced a resource booklet on bail for litigants in person, and this is commendable. But the booklet is not enough. The process for applying for and being granted bail must be made more easily available, more clearly explained, and more practical.
I hate to disturb the learned Senator. 46-1. We're not on bail. We're on matters after conviction.
Senator Desirée Marie, I want to sustain the point of order and to ask you to focus on the clauses in the bill. I understand what you are saying, and I think everyone might be sympathetic with what you are saying. But the debate is not about remand prisoners or prisoners on remand. It is not about bail. So please address your mind to the clauses in the legislation. So I uphold a point of order. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm duly guided. So on that point, I'll just quote the Minister of Justice. Just have a heart now, brother. So the Parole Bill 2026 addresses an important gap in our criminal justice architecture. But this Senate must not allow its passage to serve as a distraction from the deeper and more urgent injustice that festers in the system as a whole. So let us pass this bill, and in passing it, let us also commit to the reform of the system. Let us not build a better door for the convicted while leaving the innocent locked behind bars. Mr. President, with those few words, I thank you.
The Minister of Defense.
Mr. President, I appreciate that you have ruled on 46-1, I think it was. But I just want to give the previous speaker the assurance that we hear you, because it is something that we have discussed. And just to indicate, when I joined private practice in 1998, the time between charge and trial was 2 years, 3 years at most. I remember it like yesterday. Over the years, we've had many procedural amendments and amendments to the Evidence Act and so on, which were required to keep us in line with what obtained elsewhere. But with the passage of all of these bills, it made the time between the time of the actual criminal trial was lengthened. The time of the preliminary inquiry, which took days, was lengthened to months and sometimes years. I've done preliminary inquiries that took years. And then the time between committal to stand trial and getting an indictment from the DPP was standard 5-10 years. So we removed that part with the Administration of Justice Act. So the time between committal and trial has been substantially reduced. So we are looking at what causes delay, and we are seeking to reduce it. The difficulty with this sort of legislation and remand prisoners is this. You have a right to bail. You do, for virtually every offense on the statute books, even murder. The only two offenses I recall off the top of my head where you do not have a right to bail would be treason and, I think, piracy on the high seas, for obvious reasons. So the fact that you have a right for bail, to bail, and all of these prisoners are on remand without bail, it tells you something. It's not us. The court has a responsibility to determine whether you should be on bail. And you are entitled to bail as of right, so the courts generally would grant bail unless there are two serious factors at play. One is if you are a substantial flight risk, and know the word substantial. And two, substantial, before I go on to two, substantial in the sense that the court cannot have any other condition or mechanism that would reduce the risk. So if you are a substantial flight risk, then you would not be granted bail. Or two, if from your own record you display that you should not be released because you are a danger to society. So yes, you have a presumption of innocence, but it is something not the government, but the courts have to balance. Because whilst you have that presumption of innocence, the court cannot say, well, you have this presumption of innocence, but you've displayed that if we release you, you'd go on to commit more offenses and harm more people. So that's a balancing act that the court strikes, not us. But in short, we hear you, and we'll seek to fix it to speed up trials. Because now, as we speak, there are actually cases where persons get charged and are acquitted within a year or two. Murders, in particular. So with the advent of new judges and so on, and we see in the last few months a lot of judges being hired, we believe that the delay in the system is going to eventually decrease. I heard one senator speaking recently about judges being appointed and assigned to deal with old cases, and some cases being 15 years old. Just before I joined the government and left private practice, I remember doing 2 cases where the victims were no longer interested, and the crimes were committed in, one was 1978 and one was 1975. But of course, yeah, I was just born around 75. So, so at some point, we are going to see the waiting time narrowed down, and at some point we are going to see trials speeded up, so we'll deal with that remand point. Now, you raise an issue about competing definitions, and you reference the word offender, and offender in the bill vis-a-vis offender in other pieces of legislation. I think the Interpretation Act, and you asked which one should we use. Well, the answer to that is simple. When faced with competing interpretations, the court looks at the act itself in question, in this case, the Parole Bill when it becomes an act. And as far as possible, the courts try to adopt what is called the purposive approach to statutory interpretation. So they seek to give effect to the act that they are interpreting, and as far as possible, use the definition in the act that would give effect to the act, as opposed to looking at how offender is used in other pieces of legislation that might not be immediately relevant. And of course, yes, I think I dealt with this already, where you said we were treating those whose guilt were established better than those whose guilt has not yet been established. That was in the context of the right to bail. I think we've covered that. Senator de la Bastide made reference to the low morale among prison officers and so on. And I can't remember who made the point, where are we going to get parole officers and so on. Now, the thing about a parole bill, one of the aims is to reduce prison overcrowding, because prison overcrowding actually is a root cause of crime. So rather than complain, as a previous Attorney General, Al-Rawi, who said it costs $28,000 a month per prisoner, this bill, in essence, is going to reduce, or as far as possible, it's going to attempt to reduce overcrowding. And part of the reason why there's low morale among prison officers is because where the prisoners live is where the officers work. And where the prisoners live is, I don't want to offend anyone, but it's not the best. And in essence, it is a high-stress environment. It's an incubator for violence, and it's overcrowded. And if you are forced to exist in such an environment, it must obviously have serious adverse effects on your psyche. That's why you see, without saying too much, but I am from private practice, the bulk of persons who you see in the domestic violence courts happens to be prison officers and police officers, because those are highly stressful jobs. I'm not excusing domestic violence, but saying that there may be causes. On the issue regarding whether we should be using prison officers as parole officers, I know by name and association 3 prisons officers who actually have degrees in social work. One of them has a master's degree in social work. And I don't know how many prison officers there are, but if I know 3, I imagine there would be a lot more, right? Because generally, they try to equip themselves so that they get out of the general population, and if they can fit themselves into a department called prison social welfare. So that there are a substantial, from my recollection, a substantial amount of officers, 3 who I know personally, who go into, defense force also. They try to study social work. And as I said on another occasion, we have too many lawyers, and maybe we need to try to look at more social workers and more psychologists and more psychiatrists, because lawyers basically come at the end. Now, by way of the last rebuttal, or second to last, the penultimate rebuttal, Senator Radgman. Now, without being facetious at all, I was trying to grapple with some of the issues that the senator raised. And the senator, in essence, sought to give the impression that the bill trivialized victim involvement by providing a procedural say by way of the appearance before the parole board. But I have to ask, what exactly is a procedural say? I mean, a say is a say. You have a say. You are invited before the board. You can send an affidavit. It makes provisions for that. You can send documentation to say, well, this is how it affected me mentally or medically, yes. And you can make an appearance in person or virtually before the board. So what more exactly do you want? If that's a procedural say, then what is a substantive say? I have to ask, because I was a bit confused when you raised that issue. And then you said that the criminal justice system is eroded because the victims do not have adequate say. That's how I wrote it down. And that we've not paid enough attention to the impact that the crime has had on the victim. The thing is, the victim has a right to be heard, but what the victim says or the views of the victim is not determinative of what the court has to do. The court has a discretion, and the court would be mindful of the views of the victims, but the views of the victim cannot be paramount, so to speak. So the court will determine what weight it gives to the victim and apply it accordingly. And right, I think this must have been a slip of the tongue. As I said, I'm not here to attack, but I was a bit confused when you said that the board should be mandated to take certain things into account before it grants parole. It is not the court, sorry, the board. It is not the board that is granting parole. The board simply makes a recommendation. So that might have been a slip of the tongue on your part, but for those listening, it really is a recommendation. And the court itself would determine whether it follows the recommendation of the board or whether it rejects the recommendation of the board. And so that when you ask for additional weight to be given to the concerns of the victims and so on, and the procedures and so on, I just want to say the statute cannot spell out everything. Sorry, that's an alarm, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President. Yes, so some of the answers you are looking for, I'm sorry I didn't bring my Blackstone's criminal practice with me, but some of the answers you are looking for can be found in Blackstone's criminal practice as to how these things are developed, and there are cases as to how parole is applied and what is taken into account, and so on, by the courts. Now, Mr. President, I don't want to take up too long. I intended to speak for 20 minutes. I don't know how much time has passed. But if I go to the contributions of Senator Al-Rawi, there are 4 pages plus. I wonder if I should simply state the obvious, because I can go through all that was said by Senator Al-Rawi. But you know, I can dispose of everything he has said in one simple sentence. There are 3 or 4 practicing lawyers in the other place. 2 of them senior counsel. 1 of them referred to as a Gary Sobers, and admittedly much better than Port of Spain South. But we have 4 practicing lawyers in the other place. And the fact that none of the 4 practicing lawyers raised any of the points Senator Al-Rawi raised should speak volumes. Keep in mind, factually, Senator Al-Rawi has never actually done a case. So, yeah, he knows not of what he speaks. Right. Senator Radgman made passing reference to clause 42. I'll give you a little anecdote as a practicing lawyer. It's good that you picked it up. Yeah, on presumption of innocence, that you didn't develop it. It was clause 42, and I think before that, Senator Al-Rawi, on the fact that when you get arrested, remember now? Right. I too, when I first saw it, had an issue, and I remember my contribution in the Probation of Offenders Bill. So I spoke with my friend, Justice Minister, and he gave me the assurance to look at each bit of parole legislation, important parole legislation, which I did, and the justification for Section 42. And Section 42 actually is a standard procedure. So whilst generally we'd say, well, what about the presumption of innocence? It treats persons on parole very different. It makes you operate at a very high standard, so that that's why the fact of an arrest can lead to the revocation, right? Because generally with probation of offenders and so on, it has to be conviction and things like that. With parolees, they are held to such a high standard, because you have to remember, you are still serving a sentence. You are still serving a sentence for which you've been found guilty, and we are simply seeking to deal with the other part of the sentencing principles, because there are 2. There's the punitive, and then there's the rehabilitative. And reference was made right here today that at some point 98% of the prisoners will be released. So if 98% of those who go in are going to come out, then the choice is either you do nothing, you continue to do nothing, and you allow them, 1 minute they're in jail and the next minute they're out. And then, yes, Senator Attzs made that point. And then you are back into the same thing that causes recidivism. Because if 1 minute you are in, let's say for 10 years, and for 10 years your network will be persons who are gang leaders, who have influence on the outside, who can feed persons on the outside, and who can protect persons on the outside from rivals and police and all these things. Just take this one outside from it. You are the officers. Sorry. Yes. If what you do is simply do nothing, and you don't bring this bill, and you leave them simply 1 minute they're in jail, next minute they're out, then, as the social scientists say, you are a creature of your environment. There are exceptions to the rule, of course, but you are, in general, a creature of your environment. And if the environment you've been accustomed to for the last 10 or 15 years is violence and making drug deals and calling hits and all of that, you can't expect them to come out the very next day and go by Sing Chong on Charlotte Street and get a job. It doesn't work like that. Because right in that environment, and I swear if I could ban the music that they play today, I would. But right in that environment, they glorify violence. The music they listen to, they glorify violence, and they pity those who work hard. What's the term? The working man is a sucker. So get rich or die trying. That's their motto. So you can't expect them to be adhering to this motto in prison today, and when they are released tomorrow, it's what a friend we have in Jesus, and let's work hard. And by the sweat of thy brow thou would eat. It doesn't change like that. So to give what we've not done over the last, about 50 years or more, 70 years even, since Manu Benjamin was sentenced. And Manu Benjamin is the case that basically dealt with the principles of sentencing. What we've given lip service to the part of the sentence in prison, the sentencing principles, which says that part of your sentence must be rehabilitative. So and keep in mind, people are sent to prison not for punishment, they are sent to prison as punishment. You are sent there and deprived of your liberty, and the punishment is the deprivation of liberty. But when you send them there as punishment, and they are subjected to violence, where they are either beaten up, subjected to sexual violence, and other sorts of behavior, using drugs, drinking, punching, and babash, and all that, and listening to the wrong type of music. Where's the rehabilitation in that? So, just like probation of offenders and the Criminal Records Bill seeks to deal with to aid in rehabilitation, parole is one such mechanism to aid in rehabilitation, the rehabilitative aspect of the sentencing principles. Because you have to look at this bill in a pragmatic way. When one, without the parole bill, when you go into prison, they basically tell you, well, all right, you have 12 years, and with remission, it might be 8, because you're entitled to a third off, but it's not a right, it's something you earn. So it's a bit nebulous, and it's a bit vague and indistinct in the mind of the prisoner. And when he hears, well, I'm here for 12 years, then what happens at that point? He has a wife, and then when he uses his cell phone 3 years down the road, and then one night he calls, and he hears, welcome to B-Mobile, when she would usually answer. That sends a chilling message of what is happening. So you lose your wife, you lose your family, and you wouldn't want to be an example to your children. You're a bad example, in essence. And you have to endure this and then come out to do what? What do you expect from them? And in that context, I want to very briefly touch on, in essence, what causes persons to join gangs, because that is what ultimately happens. If you are in prison, you are either going to network, and the network in there is not investing in stocks and bonds, as I said previously. It's a different type of networking. You are going to become a part of a gang, because to survive in there, if you are not part of a gang in there, then you might be on the wrong end of the stick, so to speak. That came out wrong. I didn't even mean it like that. Not that type of stick. Yeah, you basically have to find a way to survive. That's what I'm trying to say. It can never be a situation where you say you go into prison and you see me, I'm going to keep to myself and ride out the next 12 years and come back out and be a best. It doesn't work so. What was the term? Have a heart, no man, or no brother? I'll never forget that. Have a heart, brother. Yeah. So whilst you're in there, what people do, and this is a root cause, whilst you're in there, people join gangs. They join gangs for protection from other gangs in there, so that they are protected against violence. You have to join 6 so that you are not subject to the violence of 7. I'm tempted to say who 8, 9, but and then I can't even remember the name of the gangs now. And then the psychologists believe that people join gangs because it provides a sense of belonging, because if you are at the bottom of the socio-economic ladder, then you are basically isolated. And if you are isolated, and everybody wants to belong, everybody wants to feel loved. That sounds like that song. No, that song. Oh, I want to be loved. There's a song. Everybody wants to be loved, though, to feel like they belong. And gangs is where you feel a sense of belonging. Gangs is where you feel respect. Gangs will be where you even get financing so that you are taken care of. So if you don't provide, if you don't equip these persons, yes, validation. If you don't equip these persons before they are released, then you're setting yourself up for failure. As Senator Attzs said, the money you spent, which could have been used on other things, would not have been money well spent. So it's also a way to manage, in essence, serious national security considerations, because when people are in there one day and come back out the next day with violence on their minds, or hate, or anger, or bitterness, or whatever, then don't be surprised that they go into the embrace of other gangs where they feel a sense of belonging and where they can exact revenge and so on. So, in essence, what this bill does, when you get in, the short of the long is, when you get in, there'll be a calculation done by the designated officer, and he'll tell you, in essence, you are eligible for parole in accordance with what the law says, for partial parole at a quarter of your sentence, and then full parole at half. So you have something you look forward to. And if you look forward, imagine if you get 12 years and you know you could be out in 6. That's an incentive. That's an incentive. And the bill doesn't take away from your right, not your right, from the remission that might be accrued. So that's a further benefit that is left untouched in the bill. So you'll have the first part of your sentence, the punitive aspect, being carried out. You are punished for what you did. But thereafter, you have the option to equip yourself, to take part in programs. And with some of these programs, it's done in prison. For some of them are done out of prison, so that you get to come out of the prison walls to go to your courses for how many times per week, for how many hours per day. And of course, when you come out, you'll see women and so on, so that you don't stray into that bit of business that the Lord doesn't like and talked about in the book of Leviticus. Yeah, rainbow corned beef. Yeah, so you don't go into the rainbow business. And then if you behave yourself and you get your qualifications, of course, that redounds to your benefit. These are factors the board takes into account, and they'll either recommend you or not recommend you. Yeah. You'll qualify for, at some point, partial parole, where you come out and you are in a community, what they call it, a low security prison, and where you have to go to work and come back at a certain hour, where you are managed so that you do not go back into the same sort of behavior that brought you here. You don't go drinking babash and punching and smoking. Yeah, and smoking 5 balls and 10 balls. And a ball is a rock, which of course a 5 ball is not like, I'm not talking about any body parts. A 5 ball and a 10 ball, or you're not associating with gangs, or you are not to go to a certain area, or you are required to be under the electronic monitoring program, so that, you know, that's further supervision, and that provisions are made where you have to be subject to mandatory testing, so that if you are on drugs, you go back in. That's enough to help you walk the straight and narrow. If I know that, well, I don't drink because I just think alcohol has, no type of alcohol tastes good. But, yeah, but if I know that I could behave myself and stay outside for the rest of my sentence, I'll behave. Whereas the alternative is to go inside and hug up a boy. I'll not drink. It's that easy. Unless that's what you like, you know.
Getting some people on that side incentive.
Yeah, 2, yeah. So it provides an incentive, and the sentence, in essence, is, for want of a better word, ambulatory. It's basically hanging over your head, and would only crystallize if you run afoul of your conditions. I see the Attorney General is laughing, and that's reason for me to be afraid. Maybe I should stop at this point. So, Mr. President, can I ask how many more minutes there before I launch into something else and not have enough time?
No, you have 8 more minutes.
Oh dear. I don't think that's enough. Oh God, no. No, deal with more important things than Mr. Speaker, I am President. Yes. So, in short, the primary policy objectives would be to reduce recidivism, to improve rehabilitation outcomes, and to, in essence, manage the release of prisoners so that when they are released, society is protected. We are going to release those who earn the right to be released, those who have demonstrated that they are fit to be reintegrated into society, and we are going to manage them nonetheless until such time as it is no longer necessary. That redounds to national security benefits in the sense that it treats with the one of the core, the root causes of crime. It also deals with the overcrowding aspect, which is another situation that leads to prison overcrowding, leads to that sort of violence and recidivism. And it gives the, I too saw Shawshank Redemption in 1994. And it gives persons the opportunity to not become institutionalized. I think that's how Morgan Freeman had put it. And that too provides a sense of hope, and hope is what is required for change. So, okay. So, Mr. President, I really am tempted to do Faris, just really Faris Al-Rawi. How did somebody Faris Al-Rawi? Jesus Christ. Or do I have enough time for this here?
Go ahead now.
All right. All right, well, he claimed he drafted the bill, and yeah, which is once something he thinks is good, he drafted it, and once it's bad, well, anything bad, they don't take credit for. And the short point is, I mean, his contribution, if you disaggregate it, and the 4 points here, you could get to the short conclusion that he's miles to go before becoming mediocre. But he made reference to plea discussions and judge only, and what does a judge only trial have to do with parole? Would you be quiet? And you know, all of his complaints about about treating with children, if he bothered to do two things, read the act that deals with children, he wouldn't make these points because they're covered. And two, he doesn't even need to read the act. He simply needs to go do a couple of cases pro bono in the children's court, and you will see that you wouldn't need to make all of these complaints. The judges in the children's court, they are specifically trained to deal with issues regarding children, and they are not going to, that's for another time. They are certainly not going to be caught up in a quagmire as to which law applies and so on, as he seemed to suggest that there were some discrepancies. He made reference to life sentences and court's pleasure. He needs to read what the court said about court's pleasure being a sentence. Made reference to victims' rights, and that a parole was not dealt, or the victims' rights were not dealt with in the parole bill. I don't know what he meant by that. And he made the point that we should tell the victim about when this person becomes eligible for parole. I don't know what was the point, because the person is going to be told anyway, because they have to come and appear before a parole board. Then he made reference to the Industrial Relations Act in a parole bill. I'm not going to say much more about that. And then he spoke about children being anonymized in the bill, both as victims and offenders. Mr. President, it's very simple. When you go before the children's court, they know whether you are, no matter what piece of legislation you are applying, they know the principle is that the child's name has to be anonymized. Sorry, the child's name, the child has to be anonymized, so the name of the offender is not mentioned anywhere. There's restricted access to it, and the name of the victim. So there's no need to put all of these provisions here when they are dealt with in other pieces of legislation that treat specifically with those subjects. So I really, about 30 points from his speech that I wanted to make reference to, but I'll stand on what I said earlier, the fact that nobody else in the other place who actually practiced made reference to it. It shows that all of his points were basically nonsense. So with those few words, thank you.
Senator Sanjiv.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good afternoon. Mr. President, I rise this afternoon to contribute on this bill, the Parole Bill 2026. And at the outset, let me say, a modern justice system cannot be built only on punishment. It must also be built on rehabilitation, accountability, public safety, and the reduction of repeat offending. A society that locks away people, throws away the key, and never attempts to reform behavior is not necessarily creating a safer nation. Equally, however, a society that approaches parole carelessly, sentimentally, or politically, without safeguards and without proper infrastructure, risks undermining public confidence in the criminal justice system altogether. This debate, therefore, Mr. President, requires maturity, balance, and honesty. And in the vein of honesty, I wish to thank the Honourable Minister of Defence for honestly confirming that the reduction in the delays in the criminal justice system is due to the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Act in large part, which removed the lengthy preliminary inquiry stage of criminal proceedings and replaced it with the sufficiency hearing, a legislative intervention of the People's National Movement government. Additionally, the Honourable Minister referred to the hiring of new judges in the last 2 months being a factor that will reduce the delays in the system. But I wish again to put on record that it is in fact the previous PNM administration that expanded the judiciary over a period of time in office by adding an entire new home for the Civil High Court at the Waterfront Judicial Complex, and in so doing created tens of new courts in both the civil and criminal jurisdictions, Mr. President. That is in the vein of honesty. And in the vein of maturity, I will not respond to anything else the former Speaker had to say. Now, the listening public must understand that parole is not the same thing as freedom without consequence. Parole is supervised release. It is a structured system intended to gradually transition an offender from incarceration back into society under conditions, monitoring, and oversight. In principle, therefore, parole is not necessarily controversial. Nearly every modern democracy has some form of parole or conditional release system, and that includes the United Kingdom, Canada, the United States, the Commonwealth, Caribbean, and certain countries, and in many other jurisdictions across the world. They recognize that rehabilitation and reintegration are essential parts of criminal justice policy. But the real question before us today, Mr. President, is not whether parole should exist. The real question, in my opinion, is whether Trinidad and Tobago is institutionally and culturally prepared to implement parole safely, fairly, and effectively. That, to me, Mr. President, is the issue. The bill before us attempts to establish a parole framework. It creates a parole board, as we've heard. It establishes eligibility criteria. It introduces partial parole and full parole. It creates obligations for rehabilitation programs, supervision, reporting, and monitoring. There are aspects of the bill which deserve commendation. And I think it is important in this debate that we avoid the temptation to reduce every discussion into pure tit-for-tat, finger-pointing, and shoulda, woulda, coulda. The public is tired of that style of politics, and they demand that we rise above the purely adversarial approach to legislating. This bill is an opportunity in that regard, and I hope that we can all take that opportunity, Mr. President. There are provisions in this bill that reflect modern correctional thinking. For example, the bill recognizes that rehabilitation must begin from reception into prison and not merely at the point of release. Clause 23 of the bill, for example, requires rehabilitative needs assessments and participation in programs before parole may even be considered. That is a sensible approach. The bill also attempts to move offenders through graduated stages of reintegration. Partial parole may involve temporary release, work release, community service, or participation in programs before full parole is considered. Again, in theory, that is a sensible approach. A prisoner who has spent years institutionalized may not be prepared for immediate, unrestricted return into society. Gradual reintegration is often more responsible than abrupt release with no supervision whatsoever. But, Mr. President, there is another reality we must confront honestly. Our prison system is under pressure, and Trinidad and Tobago faces concerns regarding overcrowding, prison violence, gang influence within prisons, limited rehabilitation opportunities, mental health challenges, and high recidivism. As the Minister said, in piloting the bill, it is 1 in 5, according to his statistics. If prisons merely become warehouses of despair, anger, and criminal networking, then society ultimately pays the price when offenders return to communities worse than when they entered. So the conversation about parole cannot be detached from the conversation about prison reform. And this is where the government must answer difficult but necessary questions. Mr. President, legislation alone does not create rehabilitation. A statute cannot rehabilitate anyone. A parole order cannot magically transform a violent offender into a productive citizen. Rehabilitation requires infrastructure. And as pointed out by Senator Attzs, trained officers and psychologists are necessary. But also necessary are addiction treatment, literacy programs, vocational training, employment partnerships, halfway support systems, community supervision, and functioning data systems. And more importantly, it requires funding. That is where good intentions and well-intended legislating fails. Not in theory, but in effective delivery. One of my concerns is whether the state presently possesses the operational capacity necessary to make the system work safely. The bill provides for parole officers, but how many? What training standards will exist? What will be the ratio of parole officers to parolees? Will parole officers be carrying caseloads so overwhelming that effective supervision becomes impossible? This question is similar to the issue reported in the newspaper yesterday regarding the prosecutorial bandwidth in the office of the DPP. Will there be specialized training and risk assessment? Will there be mental health support? Will there be gang intelligence integration? Will there be coordination with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, recognizing that the Commissioner is an ex officio member of the board, as proposed by the bill? These are not academic questions. These are public safety concerns, Mr. President, because parole succeeds only when supervision is real. If supervision becomes paper supervision, then public confidence will collapse very quickly, especially in our society where detection and conviction rates are abhorrently low and public confidence in effective policing is similarly low. Mr. President, another issue concerns consistency and transparency in decision-making. The bill establishes a parole board with significant powers and responsibilities. That board will effectively make decisions affecting liberty, public safety, and victims' confidence in the justice system. And those are serious responsibilities. The independence of the board is therefore essential. Not theoretical independence, but real independence. The public must never believe that parole decisions are politically influenced, socially connected, or arbitrarily applied. The danger in any parole system is inconsistency. Two prisoners with similar histories receiving dramatically different outcomes. Victims feeling ignored, communities feeling blindsided, or high-risk offenders being released just because systems are overloaded. That is why the criteria for parole decisions must be rigorous, evidence-based, and consistently applied. Mr. President, we must also pay particular attention to victims. Sometimes in criminal justice reform debates, victims disappear from the conversations, but they should not. A victim of violent crime carries consequences long after a sentence is imposed. Trauma does not expire because legislation is passed. Fear does not disappear because a parole hearing is scheduled. The bill does recognize certain victim-relating considerations, but the government must ensure that victims are properly notified, properly heard, and properly protected. Victims, for example, should never discover through rumor or social media that a serious offender has been released into the community without their participation. There must be dignity in this process, and there must also be clarity. Now, many citizens hear the word parole and immediately assume dangerous criminals are simply being let out early. And the government has an obligation, therefore, to educate the public properly. Educate the public on the fact that parole is not an acquittal, it is not an exoneration, it is in fact a conditional release. A parolee remains subject to restrictions, monitoring, and recall. Indeed, one could argue that supervised parole is often safer than unsupervised release at sentence completion, because at least during parole there is oversight. However, for that argument to persuade the public, the state must demonstrate competence, and competence is built through transparency and results. Mr. President, rehabilitation cannot simply mean attendance at programs, and we must be careful about reducing rehabilitation to a checklist exercise. A certificate does not necessarily mean transformation. A program completion form does not necessarily mean reduced risk. The state must therefore invest in evidence-based assessment tools. We should be examining international best practices in criminology, behavioral science, and correctional reform. Who is genuinely low risk? Who remains dangerous? Who is likely to reoffend? Who has gang affiliations? Who is a real threat to intimate partners or witnesses? These distinctions are not only relevant but are important because the public will judge the entire system not by theory but by outcomes. There is also a broader philosophical issue here, which is what is the purpose of imprisonment? Is it only punishment, or is it punishment plus reform? A civilized society must believe that at least some human beings are capable of change. It is not every offender, and it is not every circumstance, but indeed some. And if we accept that possibility, then structured reintegration becomes necessary. Yet the state must equally recognize that some offenses create profound public fear. The public concern regarding violent offenders, gang leaders, sexual offenders, and repeat offenders is understandable. And therefore, parole process must remain rigorous. Not emotional, not political, but rigorous. Mr. President, we sometimes pass ambitious legislation in an attempt to satisfy a legislative agenda without adequately funding implementation. We must be wary not to create authorities without staff, boards without systems, programs without facilities, laws without enforcement. Otherwise, Mr. President, the result is institutional paralysis. This bill ought not to become an example of legislation that sounds good in debate but collapses under administrative reality. So I ask, what budgetary allocations exist for implementation? What facilities are being developed? What rehabilitation programs currently exist in our prison system? How many psychologists are available? How many social workers? How many trained parole officers? What electronic monitoring systems are contemplated out of the existing? What interagency coordination mechanisms exist? Without answers to these questions, implementation risk remains significant. Mr. President, a parole system succeeds only if society creates pathways for lawful living. If a parolee exits prison and faces immediate unemployment, social rejection, homelessness, and gang pressure, then the probability of reoffending increases dramatically. This means parole policy cannot operate in isolation. It must connect with the government's education policy, labor policy, housing policy, mental health policy, and community development. Rehabilitation is not merely a prison issue, it is a societal issue. Mr. President, Parliament must insist upon data collection and review. This legislation, this bill, should not operate blindly. The state should publish periodic, anonymized statistics concerning parole approvals, parole breaches, reoffending rates, program completion rates, employment outcomes, and rehabilitation success indicators. Policy should be evidence-driven, Mr. President, not ideological, not emotional, but evidence-driven. If the data demonstrates success, then the system can evolve responsibly. If the data reveals the serious deficiencies, then Parliament must intervene. We must also ensure that parole does not become a privilege available only to the politically connected or savvy, and in that vein, the appointments to the board must be above any public mistrust or suspicion of political influence. And I note Senator de la Bastide's view on this. But you see, Mr. President, fairness matters. A justice system loses legitimacy when ordinary citizens believe outcomes depend on influence, money, or access. And therefore, the procedures for parole applications, assessments, and hearings must be transparent, accessible, and consistent. Mr. President, the government ought also to be careful about the public messaging surrounding this issue. One extreme is the narrative of arming citizens with the impunity of loading up matics, whereas the other extreme would be if the public's perception of this legislation is that it opens the prison gates and lets convicts out without more. Neither of the hard-lined ends of the spectrum helps the country, and we ought to exercise responsibility in that regard. A functioning parole system can strengthen public safety if properly implemented, but a poorly supervised parole system can weaken public safety. So implementation, Mr. President, is everything. Crime policy in Trinidad and Tobago must move beyond the slogans, and the national discourse on crime fighting has been swinging between two extremes, either punitive rhetoric without regard for rehabilitation or reintegration or societal shifts away from criminality, or on the other hand, idealistic reform language, unsupported by institutional capacity. But Mr. President, neither extreme is sufficient. A mature criminal justice policy must combine accountability, deterrence, rehabilitation, victim protection, and public safety all together, not one at the expense of the other. So, Mr. President, after reviewing this bill, I believe the objective behind the legislation is understandable and in many respects necessary. However, I also believe that the success or failure of this legislation will depend almost entirely on execution. The public will not judge this bill by explanatory notes. The public will judge it by outcomes. Will communities become safer? Will recidivism decline? Will rehabilitation become meaningful? Will victims feel respected? Will dangerous offenders be properly assessed? Will parole officers actually be equipped to supervise parolees? Those are the questions history will ask. As legislators, we therefore have a responsibility not merely to pass laws, but to ensure that institutions are capable of administering those laws responsibly. A strong society is not measured only by how it punishes wrongdoing. It is also measured by whether it can responsibly reduce future wrongdoing. That requires wisdom. It requires balance. It requires discipline. And above all, it requires seriousness of purpose. And Mr. President, the opposition will continue to scrutinize legislation carefully, support what advances public safety and institutional fairness, and raise concerns where implementation gaps threaten public confidence.
Mr. President, I stand on 4211. 4211. Thank you.
I think he's winding up. Continue. I think he's going
Indeed grateful, Mr. President. Criminal justice policy is far too important for politics alone, Mr. President. It affects victims, it affects families, it affects communities, and ultimately, it affects the safety and the future of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I thank you very kindly for the opportunity this afternoon.
Senator Sophia Chote, SC.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to speak. I must say that it is a pleasure for me to speak at this time, especially after having heard such a thoughtful presentation from Senator Boodhu on matters which are important for us to take into account. I will say that I know that this legislative process has been in train since in or around 2012. So I'm happy that I can be a part of this Senate when we are actually enacting this law. I am grateful that we are doing it. I think parole is an integral part of any modern justice system. I want to reassure anyone looking on, and it's not my place, but perhaps I'm feeling a little pushy today, that this is not going to be opening the door for convicted men to come out en masse and mingle amongst the population. This is not what is intended by this legislation, and I don't think that any observer or listener should understand that this is what we are doing here today. And let me just walk back a bit. When somebody is convicted in a court, essentially they are given, or in the case of a serious offense, they may be given a long term of imprisonment. What the judge says is, listen, I'm going to fix this figure as your term of imprisonment. The first part of it is going to be the punishment part, or the punishment phase. So it means that you don't really get around this part of it. You have to be punished for the act or acts that you committed. And then there are various other considerations which the judge will take into account in the sentencing phase, ending up with rehabilitation or the rehabilitative phase. And this is where we are. This is what we are talking about in this piece of legislation. The parole part of it is what comes at the end of the rehabilitative stage. So it's not going to be carte blanche, it's not going to be for everybody, it's going for people who apply or they may be identified as being good candidates for parole, and they are people who will be serving terms of imprisonment. Now, many of my colleagues who have spoken here today have made the very valuable point that this legislation is useful, it's needed, but a lot of it will depend on how it rolls out, what's put in place to support it. And I want to make this point and to make a very respectful submission that while we know that this is going to become law, we don't want this becoming law in the existing system, because there is every indication that if this becomes law too early, without proper training, before proper culling of corrupt officers out of the system and so on, this is going to be a commodity. This application for parole or this entitlement for parole will become a commodity for which people will pay. And that is something which is very, very dangerous and would allow the system to be abused. So I wish to simply make those 2 points and to say that I have heard a lot of people speak about the place of victims in all of this. And I suppose it's a high priority in our minds because we just dealt with legislation giving rights to victims and so on. But understand this, a victim does not have a right or the same right at every stage of a prisoner's rehabilitative process. That's a fact of life. Because the victim does not know the rehabilitated prisoner, whether man or woman. The victim is not going to appreciate what rehabilitation this person has undergone. So the victim may very well come at the end of it at an invitation, if that is issued, and say, well, you know, I am still, I don't think he should be released or she should be released. But the victim is really not the most informed person at that point. So while I appreciate that there is a place, certainly if there is a risk factor and there is a possibility that this person being placed on probation might be a possible risk to witnesses or person in the community and so on. Victims certainly have a role there, but I think that has to be thought through to see how victims or what kind of role victims will play in this process, and not to jump on a bandwagon and say, well, because we talked about victims' rights, you know, victims' rights must be included at every stage of the process. I don't think that is at all useful. One suggestion I have, there are a few little things in the legislation, but they're not significant enough for me at this stage to waste this honorable Senate's time to go into the small things. But there is one suggestion I have, and that is with respect to how the board should be composed. I respectfully suggest that consideration should be given to say that the chair and the deputy chair should not serve for more than 2 terms. It will keep people honest. It will not let anyone think that they have any sort of invested commitment to this position and that kind of thing, which is important. And also it will break up relationships, because you don't want to create a relationship where people get too familiar and forget what their job really is supposed to be about. So, Mr. President, these are my few comments. I am happy to, as I say, to be in the Senate when this legislation is enacted, because I think it's long overdue. I think it's a good piece of legislation, and it is well thought out.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to respond. And I want to thank each and every person senator who contributed to this debate today. Many of you have made some valuable contributions. We don't know everything. We have come here putting our best foot forward. And we will take into consideration most, if not all, of your recommendations and suggestions. Some, maybe not today. I want to give an undertaking to Senator Chote, Senator Dr. Attzs, Senator Murray, who made the points concerning that we are not going to put this law into an existing system. And we give an undertaking that it's not going to be implemented until we take all the necessary steps to make sure that this legislation will be properly functional. I know Senator Attzs spent a lot of time on it and were very thoughtful contributions. Even I, with all the legislation that we have been proposing and bringing to the Parliament, we know that it would require expenditure, staffing. We have come up with some provisional items in our ministry as to what it might cost. I have to get over the hurdle of Dr. Singh, Minister of Planning, to get it approved. And he has told me, he did tell me that I should have my personnel meet him here in the Senate today and tomorrow. We don't have time today, but I hope I can spare a little 15 minutes from him tomorrow to make the presentation, because I have to get through that gate with him. And he has to tick the box, so it's all up to Minister Swart. So I will make a very forceful presentation to him. He said he don't take basket, but but indeed, those are very, very thoughtful contributions. Now, to just let you know, in terms of our resources, the homicide rate is down, albeit in the circumstances of the state of emergency. The homicide rate is down. We can have redeployment of police officers into other areas. I know you raised that about TTPS being stressed and so on. We also have a proposal in Cabinet by the police service for increase in strength. I know. In strength, and I even saw an article in today's editorial that increase in the amount of police is not the solution. I don't know where that editorial came from. But it is important when we speak to the police service, they talk about attrition rates. People are coming in, people are leaving every month from the police service. You might say, look, it's 7,000 or 5,000, but every month you have 50, 60 officers, seasoned officers leaving. You have new officers having to come in to be trained. There are some people on sick leave, there are some on vacation. So although it may look like a huge sum, a huge amount, at every given point in time, the police officers are stretched. We are taking steps to increase the amount of police officers there. Further, the prison service, as Senator de Bastide pointed out, reminding me of a statement I made. There are 800 new officers that are coming on board. The first batch is by July coming on. We are going to reinforce the prison service. Right now, to tell you the dire straits that the prison service is in, this is from the prison commissioner to me. Another challenge is the availability of staff. With the current attrition rate of prison staff, the prison service, programs, and industry department tasked with the responsibility of facilitating rehabilitative programs and courses across all stations, has also been challenged with staff shortages. Over a decade ago, the department's staffing stood at approximately 100 officers spread across 9 prison facilities. The annual attrition rate, attrition meaning prison service officers retiring, they have come of age. The annual attrition rate, coupled with the slow intake of new recruits, which we're hoping to remedy, has resulted in the staff assigned to the programs and industry department being depleted. At present, there's only 57 officers assigned to facilitate programs for approximately 3,500 inmates across 10 prison facilities. That's the dire straits that we have found ourselves in. But, Senator, inertia cannot be the answer. We have to move. We have to take it from where we are. We have to advance the system. And at every step of the way, we are trying to do that to ensure that the criminal justice system is fixed. We are very conscious of the challenges with the Director of Public Prosecutions Department. I can tell you with certainty that the government, they're taking steps, we are taking steps to address that situation. I know the Honorable Attorney General has been in contact with the DPP, and we are trying short-term and long-term measures to deal with the present of shortages. We know that the High Court, the Chief Justice, is on a move to fast-track criminal cases. So maybe that can dip into the heavy remand that Senator Murray spoke about, where 60% of the population is in remand. With the fast-tracking of cases, we are going to pour more resources into the DPP's department. We can expedite the system, and hopefully, overall, we can have some sort of relief within the criminal justice system. Forensic is an arm of the criminal justice system. I want to tell honorable senators, when I assumed office and I visited the Forensic Science Center, there were approximately 4,000 autopsy reports that were left undone over years. So when a case comes up in the criminal courts and you don't have an autopsy report, the case gets adjourned, you know. Not because the defense is not ready, not because the judge is not ready, not because the prosecution is not ready. A simple thing. One arm of forensic center, you don't have the report. You don't have a ballistic report. You don't have a toxicology report. You don't have a DNA report. We have taken steps, Mr. President, and within 6 to 8 months, that has been reduced by over 800 reports have been completed with addition of new officers. Through UNDP, we have added 6 biologists in our department, DNA department, to expedite thousands of reports that are outstanding. Point being made, Mr. President, that at every step of the way, at every component within the criminal justice system, we are trying to fix to ensure that it is moving faster. To let you know, and to give you a preview, we have a note before Cabinet right now for something called a dissuasion commission. A dissuasion commission, Mr. President, will be comprised of certain people within the criminal justice system, a representative of the judiciary, DPP, AG's department, where small offenders, which contribute a large part of the intake into the criminal justice system, the dissuasion commission is going to review those cases to see which of those cases will go straight to the court system or who can be dissuaded through rehabilitative programs, Through that commission, we are hoping to take out a certain amount of cases from entering the criminal justice system to reduce the load. And that, Mr. President, is a highly innovative strategy taken on by this government. With regard to a point raised by Senator Al-Rawi, with regard to children not being included, the Office of the Attorney General met with the judiciary on this point. The judiciary indicated to us that this provision is for child offenders is already dealt with within the Children's Court. And child offenders can be released on license pursuant to Section 12 of the Young Offenders Detention Act, Chapter 1302. So we haven't left out the children. They have been taken care of. The other point is the question of victims' rights. I commend the contribution of Senator Chote on this point, but also to say and to reinforce the point that was made. At Section 40, Clause 40 of our Act, as best as we can, we have put victims right up and center. And we have 47, and just to reread for the general public, the board shall request, provide an offender, etc. Victims are invited to the process to participate. Victims or relatives of victims shall be entitled to appear at hearings of the board, to make oral or written submissions on the parole of an offender, and this may be done in the presence of the offender or in his absence. If you do not want to be there, send an affidavit. It may be a painful experience for you, but we are making provision for you at every step of the way. But as Senator Chote reminds us, they are part of the process. They are not paramount to the process, but they are participating. And by the virtue of this act, everybody is getting a say, Mr. President, to make their contribution. I heard what Senator de la Bastide said about the parole board being appointed politically. Here we have that's appointed by the president. I mean, in a real world, everybody will make their contributions as to who should sit on the board. But that's the best formulation we could come up with at this point in time. The safeguard in the system, if you think it is politically influenced, and a particular prison is getting a blight, as they say, it has to go to the court. Make your submissions to the court. The court says, and it is in the Act, Section 21, where a court receives a recommendation under subsection 1, the court may, before ordering the grant of parole, require A, the board to provide any report or documents that it considers relevant as part of its consideration, and any person or witness who may have an interest in the outcome of the grant of parole to appear before the court to be examined. You ever complain that the board political, they're favoring somebody? Go before the court. That is the safeguard. You don't trust the court. We have layers in the system. You have a psychiatric report being presented to the superintendent of prisons. The superintendent of prisons is going to take that report. That is an independent psychiatrist. Take it and present it before the board. The board has 6 persons, 3 ex officio, 9 members. They are sitting, they are applying their minds to this to come up with a recommendation. You want to say all of these people are biased? And when you have that recommendation, you now taking it to a court, a judge of the High Court. He biased too. So when he recommends that you have a problem and you come to the court and say, Mr. Judge, this is biased because so and so, and the court refuses, what more you want us to do? Every step of the process, you have checks and balances. I think that criticism was unwarranted, and I think the legislation deals with all of those issues, Mr. President. Mr. President, as most, if not all, senators have said today, this is a very progressive piece of legislation. It is going to make a serious dent in the criminal justice system. It is going to require a change of behavior, a change of approach. It is going to take resources, and it is going to take time. It is going to take staffing, but we are going to ensure that whilst we are here, we are going to make that positive dent and change within the criminal justice system. I have a note that was passed to me. This is the note? Yeah. With those few words, I will just bypass on the note. With those few words, I beg to move, Mr. President.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a System of Parole and Related Matters be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it, clerk.
An act to provide for a system of parole and related matters.
Minister of Justice.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Parole Bill 2026 be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Parole Bill 2026 be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Honorable Senators, we have, I think, about 6 pages of amendments from Senator Faris Al-Rawi. I think that's the only set of amendments that we have before us. I want to make sure everybody would have in their system or would have received a copy of those amendments, right? So I'm flagging that so members would be aware. And because we haven't had a tea break, and I don't intend to take one today, I want to propose that we take a suspension for 20 minutes so members could stretch their legs, and who can get a bite, please do. So we'll come back at around 5:10 p.m. Okay. This sitting of the Committee of the Whole is suspended until 5:10 p.m.
No, Chair.
Brian kan wel die food, maar hier moet je food ook zetten dat het is.
Yes. Yeah. All right, the Committee of the Whole will continue at this time. This bill contains 59 clauses, am I right?
Yes.
59 clauses and one schedule, I think.
No schedule.
No schedule, just 59 clauses. All right? There's a schedule?
Yes.
Okay, 59 clauses and one schedule, right? Schedule. There is no problem. All right, so where we don't have amendments, we shall take the clauses collectively. unless otherwise advised.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's proceed.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'd permit me, during the break, which you kindly facilitated, Mr. Chairman, I had a word with the Honourable Minister of Justice and the Honourable Attorney General, both of whom indicated that they would need a proper opportunity to consider the extensive amendments submitted, which I think is eminently reasonable on their part, Mr. Chairman. In those circumstances, and for the purposes of amendments, I don't propose to pursue the amendments to a vote today, but I instead wish to put the amendments for the Honourable Attorney General's and the Honourable Minister's considerations, understanding that the Minister of Justice did say that he does not intend to proclaim this bill until certain things are in place. So I'm prefacing the submissions which I wish to make by passing these into the record for those purposes. And at the point of having done that, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you'll invite me to withdraw, and I'll say that I leave them withdrawn in the hands of the Attorney General, if I could put it that way.
All right, kindly proceed. So clause 3, you could...
May I?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that preamble noted, Mr. Chairman, in clause 3, I propose specifically the following. Firstly, that the definition of child in fact be inserted, reason being that the law speaks to a person, which means that a person would be including an individual, and an individual would include a child. Therefore, it is important to include the concept of a child by way of definition. Secondly, I propose that the word offender include an eligibility reference. In other words, then, offender is a person ordered by the court under Section 20 to be eligible for parole. That will take root with an amendment to Section 20 that I propose later, so that it isn't every offender who receives the calculations, etc., because it's only those who are eligible offenders that should be in that basket. Thirdly, Mr. President, and this proves my point, the definition of prison only goes to the definition of the Prisons Act. The Prisons Act does not include a definition of a rehabilitation center, and a rehabilitation center is from the child rehabilitation centers and the children's foster care nurseries legislation. So if this law is to in fact have beneficiaries of children, it must include the prison where they stay, which is a rehabilitation center in law. One of the reasons why I suggest the Honourable Minister have the views of this. If we go to relative, I propose that the amendment of relative be narrowed slightly as A Roman 6 by including the class to be restricted down to members of the victim's immediate family. This would harmonize with Act number 10 and Act number 12 of 2017, which is the plea bargaining legislation where we treat with victims as defined in that law, as well as victims defined in the judge-only matter. I heard the Honourable Member, Minister of Defence, say that he has no idea why I would mention judge-only. It's because we amended in that law the Offences Against the Persons Act, and that act had the amendments. I'm sure he just wasn't aware of that. Mr. President, the victim impact statement is a term which will be introduced later for considerations, and therefore I've proposed a definition for victim impact statement. Those are the proposals that I have made with respect to Clause 3, and I leave them for the consideration of the Honourable Attorney General. I will not ask for a vote on this. I would ask for it to be withdrawn, but left in the hands of the Honourable Attorney General for the reasons I have stated.
Very much. What was that?
3.
Which clause?
3. It's clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 4 and 5.
The question is that clauses 4 and 5 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 4 and 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 and 5 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 6.
The question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Amery, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've proposed that clause 6, which deals with the functions of the board, that we insert a positive function to receive and consider submissions from victims and persons who may be affected by the grant of parole. That would tie in with the rest of the submissions that the Act does. So insofar as we're going with functions of a board, which is some of the legislative style that we take, we either put objects of the board or functions. I'm proposing a positive obligation to receive submissions from that category of persons, Mr. Chairman. Those are the reasons that I offer the amendment. And as before, I would not ask for it to go to the vote because the Honourable Attorney General has indicated that before proclamation that they would look at these amendments. Therefore, I leave them in his hands.
And you?
And therefore, I withdraw them.
The question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 7 and 8.
The question is that clauses 7 and 8 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 7 and 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 7 and 8 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 9.
The question is that clause 9 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Amery, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in a previous draft of this law that I had a hand in 2022, we had approached it with 13 members. I very much am attracted to the inclusion of the ex officio members proposed by this bill in subsection 2, which is 3 in number, which would take it to 15. I propose, Mr. Chairman, because it exercises a quasi-judicial function, that the board in fact comprise 15 persons. Reason being that the volume is going to be so significant. Later you will see that I propose that the board be permitted to sit in panels A and B. Because the chairman and vice chairman are full-time at 5 years, I think that prudent. It leaves room for the chairman and vice chairman to sit as boards, quote unquote, as panels, therefore doubling the work capacity of the parole board. In the original draft that I had presented in 2022, I had considered that there would be objection to the cabinet appointing these persons for allegations of political purpose. In that draft, I had proposed that the members of the board be by consultation between the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. In this draft, I have put that with an alternative for consideration being the President in his own discretion, Mr. President. I have also specifically proposed that for the chairman, that the chairman be either a retired judge or a practitioner with 15 years experience to be appointed by the Judicial and Legal Services Commission. Reason being that I borrowed from the formula used in the Industrial Relations Act where the president of the Industrial Court is appointed by the JLSC. I know that was lost on the Minister of Defense, but that is the reference that I made, so that you could have protection of a service commission dealing with the chairman. I'd invite you to probably consider the vice chairman in that category too. So, Mr. Chairman, those are the proposed amendments to that. It culminates in that the board at its first meeting shall appoint a deputy chair. The president shall cause the gazetting. Those are keeping in with the positions of the Lord. And then in the chapeau, I've specifically proposed to be sure that the Commissioner of Police, the Commissioner of Police, and the Chief Probation Officer, in addition to saying that they shall be ex officio, to put specifically that they be entitled to vote, so that there would be no ambiguity in the law. Those are the reasons that I offer these submissions, Mr. Chairman, for consideration prior to proclamation, and as before, I'm prepared to withdraw these submissions and leave them in the hands of the Attorney General.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 9 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 9 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 9 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 10 and 11.
The question is that clauses 10 and 11 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 10 and 11 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 10 and 11 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 12.
The question is that Clause 12 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Clause 12.2 has a patent error. The first one, 12.1, says that the chairman or deputy chairman may resign to the president. That's correct. 12.2 says a member of the board other than chairman or deputy chairman may resign his instrument in writing to the president. That should be the chairman. So that one, I don't know if that's going to be left in abeyance as well, but I think it definitely needs to be corrected. It can't be corrected as an error under the slip of law revision because it clearly is wrong.
Is there any view on that, Chair?
Yeah.
Same procedure, same procedure, Chair.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw those. They're duly flagged and laid in the hands of the Attorney General. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 12 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 12 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 12 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 13 to 16.
The question is that clauses 13 to 16 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 13 to 16 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 13 to 16 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 17.
The question is that Clause 17 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in Clause 17, with the proposed increase in the number of members that comprise the board, I had proposed here to insert that the board may sit in panels of the board if necessary, provided that a quorum is achieved, meaning 5 persons on each panel, and that such panel shall be chaired by either the chairman or the vice chairman only. That would give capacity to do the volume of work. I think I've anchored the reasons as to why I make that. In those circumstances, I leave it in the Attorney General's hands, and I withdraw.
Okay. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 17 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 17 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 17 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 18 and 19.
The question is that clauses 18 and 19 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 18 and 19 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 18 and 19 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 20.
The question is that Clause 20 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in a different version of the bill that I had prepared, Clause 20 was where the court would have the ability to, at the point of sentencing somebody who's convicted, say whether you're eligible for parole or not. That is where I propose that we return to in the amendment circulated. The reason being that it may very well be appropriate for the court, which is most proximate to the hearing of the offence and the sentencing after conviction, to consider those factors. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to point out for the Honourable Minister's attention, there is something that doesn't read right in the imprisonment for life. So we know in the definition section that imprisonment for life does not include a death sentence which is commuted, but it also does not include a long sentence. And a long sentence is defined as something which I'm not quite sure what it means, a determinate sentence over 10 years. So there's a conflict in the language. If it was intended to mean an indeterminate sentence within the meanings of the Offences Against the Persons Act sections 4A onward, well then that would make sense. But I fear that there's a conflict in life imprisonment does not include a determinate sentence for beyond 10 years, because every sentence is determinate once there's an actual term attached to it, 1 year, 2 year, 10 years. So it does not make sense, most respectfully. It's an error which had occurred in the 2022 draft, which I pointed out to the Commission back then, but it has not been considered yet. So in this proposal for clause 20, I'm proposing let the court decide that you shall or shall not, may or may not have the right to parole, and therefore, Mr. President, you can return clause 20 as it's now drafted back to clause 24, which is where it says what happens if it's life, it's 15 years and 20 years, what happens if it's not life, it's 1 quarter, and etc. So what is here in clause 20 actually came from clause 24, and you'll see it later. This is a very important point for consideration. I thank you for allowing me the time to say what I've just said. As I leave it in the Attorney General's hands, I withdraw the submission.
Honourable Senators, the question is a clause.
Senator Chote.
Senator Chote.
Yes, sorry, Chair, I had my hand up, but I didn't think you were looking in my direction. We're going through an exercise here where it seems that what my friend is suggesting is the replacement of what had been the draft legislation when he had been Attorney General with the legislation which we are considering now. But with respect to his last point, I have to place this on the record, and that is to say, a judge is in no position to say whether a rehabilitated person is entitled to parole because that person has not yet been paroled. So the judge can't look into the future, so that suggestion is simply not a good one, and I have to put this on the record even though I know it's going to be withdrawn. And secondly, judges already say in serious crimes and serious offenses where persons are convicted, they say not to be released before. And they may set a time, 15 years, 20 years, and so on. So I know it's going to be withdrawn, but I have to place that on the record, and I thank you for the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Honourable Senators, the question is at clause 20, stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 20 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 20 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 21.
The question is that clause 21 stand part of the bill. Senator Al-Rawi. SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I propose an amendment to 21(2)(b). Insofar as I propose that a victim be specifically mentioned in this clause, it just simply says a person or witness. I share the views expressed by the Honourable Senator Chote, SC, that not everything is victim-centric, but I make this submission insofar as at every period when an application may be considered, I'm simply saying to notify. There are serious limitations with respect to victims, and I do that because the Victims Bill and the Probation of Offenders Bill, neither of them have any reference to victims being considered at the parole stage, at the post-sentencing and conviction stage where you're in prison and you're coming out. So I had put it in that regard. I do catch the submissions that I may not be wholly supported, but those are the reasons that I have offered this. I thank you for the opportunity. I leave it in the AG's hands and I'll withdraw that.
Thank you. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 21 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 21 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 21 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 22 and 23.
The question is that clauses 22 and 23 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 22 and 23 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 22 and 23 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 24.
The question is that clause 24 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, clause 24 treats with parole eligibility dates for offenders, but it only treats with those persons who are not with a life sentence as permitted. So, unlike clause 20 of the bill, which currently speaks to both life and to non-life, clause 24 only speaks to non-life. So I had proposed that clause 24 speak to both life sentences, persons, and non-life sentences, persons, so that it would capture parole eligibility dates for all offenders, not just the non-life offenders. But that was specifically tied back to my submission in respect of clause 20 being at the court's discretion. Just for the record, these amendments that I have proposed aren't only out of the 2022 bill that I had considered earlier. They come from my analysis of this bill as it has been presented. Mr. President, I leave that in the Honourable Attorney General's hands, and I will withdraw those amendments.
Thank you. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 24 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 24 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 24 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 25.
The question is that clause 25 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 25 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 25 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 26.
The question is that clause 26 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proposing to amplify the word oral with written so that both forms of submissions can be made. Again, I leave them in the hands of the Honourable Attorney General and I withdraw.
26.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 26 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 26 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 26 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 27.
The question is that clause 27 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the conduct of partial parole hearings in 27, as well as the same matter of considerations, I'm just going to say this because it'll help us a little bit easier, in clause 28, also clause 29, clause 30, clause 35, and clause 36. All of them have a similar commonality. So I'll just make the submission here and withdraw the other ones when we get to them. The submission is, these are the positive steps that the court or the board must take into effect. But they don't include a critical point in my view, which I have borrowed from Act number 10 and Act number 12 of 2017, plea bargaining and the amendments to the Offences Against the Persons Act, Summary Courts Act, Supreme Court of Judicature Act. Those laws tell us that you ought to consider the penal objectives of retribution and general deterrence, the seriousness of the offense, the principle of individualized sentencing and rehabilitation, any aggravating or mitigating factors, and any victim impact statement submitted to the board or to the court. So I'm proposing that that be an actual consideration, because here's where we set it up to say the board must consider this or the court must consider that, and I'm proposing this be included. So I'll make the submission here with respect to clause 27, leaving it in the hands of the Honourable Attorney General. I'll withdraw it at this point, and then I will just simply say on the other clauses as noted at 27. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 27 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 27 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 27 now stands part of the bill.
Mr. Chairman, to make your life a little easy, may I say the following words? Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my submissions in respect of clauses 29, 30, 35, and 36 for the reasons that I've just expressed in clause 27. I hold on to the same rationale, but I leave those amendments in the hands of the Honourable Attorney General. That would only leave you with clause 31, Mr. Chairman, so perhaps you can put them together.
Thank you.
Sorry. 28 too as well, withdrawing 28. So withdrawing 28, 29, 30, 35, and 36. Yeah.
Clauses 28 to 30.
The question is that clauses 28 to 30 stand part of the bill. The question is clauses 28 to 30 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 28 to 30 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 31.
The question is that clause 31 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, I see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, clause 31 is where you give notice of the determination of the grant of parole, the board giving it to the offender, and that it must do so within 7 days. I'm proposing that the victim or any person in that category be also informed so that there's at least some preparatory time for that to happen. I accept that when you get to the court, that there'll be at least 30 days prior service, but you may not find the person. So, Mr. Chairman, those are the reasons that I propose the inclusion of the victim into clause 31. Again, I leave those submissions in the hands of the Attorney General and I withdraw.
Okay. All right. The question is that clause 31 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 31 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 31 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 32 to 36.
The question is that clauses 32 to 36 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 32 to 36 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 32 to 36 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 37.
The question is that clause 37 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the rationale for including the voice of the victim into clause 37 is the same as it was for clause 31. So I withdraw these submissions and leave them in the hands of the Attorney General.
37.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 37 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 37 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 37 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 38 and 39.
The question is that clauses 38 and 39 stand part of the bill. The question is clauses 38 and 39 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 38 and 39 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 40.
The question is that clause 40 now stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clause 40 comes under Part 4, General Provisions. Very importantly, Clause 40, Subclause 7, treats with the parameters to deal with victims or the relatives of victims. Mr. Chairman, I propose the amendment set out for Clause 40. Firstly, to change from the use of an affidavit and to bring it in line with Act number 12 of 2017, that is the plea bargaining legislation, as well as the Children's Act, as well as the Act number 10 of 2017, which treats with judge-only, again, offences against the Persons Act. Those laws don't require affidavits. They require a victim impact statement. In those laws as well, the victim impact statement is the job of the prosecutor or person that has responsibility. In this case here, this board has responsibility via its board, which has an administrative committee, and the administrative committee has a secretary, which is in the bill. So I'm proposing that the secretary has the positive obligation to inform the victim, ensure the victim impact statement is obtained, what the parameters are, the risk to the victim in coming, because that's not set out, but usefully in the plea bargaining law we have it. Specifically, that the victim, in the case of the victim being a child, can have the safety measure of an adult or person with responsibility provide that statement. And I've disaggregated the child's age as under 14 or between 14 and 18, which is the concept of the younger child and the older child in the Children's Act, even though a child is anybody under 18. These therefore bring our laws into harmony with other legislation that we have passed to treat with victims, and that's the rationale behind the proposed amendment, specifically centering around Clause 40, Subclause 7. Mr. Chairman, I leave those in the hands of the Honourable Attorney General and withdraw.
Thank you. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 40 now stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 40 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 40 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 41.
The question is that Clause 41 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 41 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 41 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 42.
The question is that Clause 42 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC.
Mr. Chairman, Clause 42 is an important clause. It proposes that where a parolee during the course of his parole is convicted of any criminal offence, I remind you that that may be summary, that may be indictable, it may be as low as a cuss case, if I just use the colloquial language. In those circumstances, I'm proposing, in keeping with the terms of the Bail Act, etc., that we use where he's convicted, that the court may, leave it as a discretion to the court, revoke, Mr. Chairman, a court may, and then you see the second part, order that the parole be immediately terminated. So it leaves the discretion of the court to really carry out that exercise of probation and consideration, as opposed to an automatic knockout punch that the court would have the discretion to consider. It's kind of harmonious with show cause why, where we reverse the burden of proof. As we know, under the Constitution, Section 5 of the Constitution allows a reversal of burden of proof. In this case, the court would call upon the offender to show cause why this shouldn't happen. So, Mr. President, those are the reasons that I offer in support of the amendment to Clause 42. I leave it in the hands of the Honourable Attorney General and withdraw.
Thank you.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
yes,
I know it's going to be withdrawn. Good sense in the recommendation, otherwise we'll have a situation where a court interprets shall as may, so we may as well use the appropriate word when we can.
Okay. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause
42.
Clause 42 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 42 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 43 to 57.
The question is that clauses 43 to 57 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 43 to 57 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 43 to 57 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 58.
The question is that clause 58 stand part of the bill. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC.
Mr. Chairman, insofar as these regulations are important regulations, I had proposed that they receive the lowest of scrutiny of Parliament, being negative resolution, because we're treating with offenders and the parole has certain factors, albeit through the passage of the court. So I propose that the regulations be subject to negative resolution. I leave them in the hands of the Honourable Attorney General and withdraw.
The question is that clause 58 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 58 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 58 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 59.
The question is that clause 59 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 59 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 59 now stands part of the bill.
So that's Schedule 1 and then
yes.
Includes, right?
Schedule 1.
The question is that the schedule now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The schedule now stands part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The bill will now be reported to the Senate. The Minister of Justice.
Mr. President, I wish to report that the Parole Bill 2026 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Senate agree with the committee's report on the Parole Bill 2026. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister of Justice.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a System of Parole and Related Matters be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a System of Parole and Related Matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a System of Parole and Related Matters.
Leader of the House.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.